Game 6 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Boston Celtics are staring right in the face of a Game 6 showdown. Do they have the fortitude to close out the series? Now is their time to try and avoid a Game 7 against the Pacers. Round 2 of the NBA playoffs continue, coming right up.
Everything on the line tonight as we get ready for Game 6. Hello and welcome to 2K Sports as the playoffs march on. Along with Hall of Famer Doris Burke and Grant Hill, I'm Brian Anderson. Allie LaForce joins us from the sidelines. And the injury report for both teams.
There are others who are not. You see, Cyrus Field loves himself some confirmation bias, which again is probably why he waited for William Thompson's input on the cable until it was too late. Instead, he's made a new friend, one who faithfully told him every single thing he wanted to hear. This friend's name is Wildman Whitehouse, who serves in the Atlanta Telegraph Company in the role of chief electrician. He is a man who does whatever he wants for any reason he feels like, so I will too, pronouncing his name from this point forward as Wildman, even though it's probably pronounced Wildman. Wildman Whitehouse is the most powerful and destructive Sim humankind has ever known. In the years ahead, he will commit errors that are equal parts history-altering, catastrophic, and outright cartoonish, a combination no other person, alive or dead, has ever achieved. By the time you're finished reliving the story, you might well come to the conclusion that he is the dumbest man you have ever heard of in your entire life. You're gonna love him. I sure do.
Their team's biggest concern tonight is the scoring of Jalen. On the way.
Throws in this game. Take a break. 2 shots.
Full time, part 2.
That free throw, no good.
Well, the athleticism that Myers Jr. brings to the center spot is quite remarkable. This guy, an exceptional player on both sides of the floor. Good on the second. Now Fox.
When someone wants to play a virtual game of NBA...
Pass to Gafford. White looking it over.
And before anyone...
Here's Brown. Shoots over Matherin.
Likely
Brown can't hit.
Under the impression that the wire, the cable, was the problem. It certainly could be, but it's not that common. In my experience, it was most likely the router. This is something that understandably required me to do some convincing. Didn't usually believe me. The cable's out there being rained on and getting chopped up by weed whackers. The router's just been sitting there. You haven't been messing with it at all. How could it be the router? These days, your provider will often issue you a modem-router combo that usually works pretty well, but in 2006, it was far more common to have 2 separate devices, the modem and the router. The cable modem was the Al Borland of this relationship. It would read signals from what was typically RG6 cable, a World War II-era holdover that was previously intended to transmit analog cable TV before there was an internet and before anyone knew there would be an internet as we know it today. But it was the type of cable that was already there, uncoiling through neighborhoods, snaking through your walls, and the modem was what made it all possible. This modem would perform the heroic work of pulling analog signals out of this ancient cable, translating it to digital signal, and passing it along to a computer or network. And of course, it would do the reverse when you sent data upstream. This is incredibly impressive work, and it did so moment to moment, day after day, without ever missing a beat. You often only needed to power cycle it, in other words, unplug it and plug it back in, maybe a couple times a year. It was the greatest. Once the modem did all the truly hard work, it passed out its fresh out of the oven digital signal to your router. The router was the TIM. Unreliable, forgetful, negligent. All it had to do was shoot the data a few more feet, But despite having the easy job, it might stop working and need a power cycle every few days, even every few hours. I still don't know what his deal was, but like Tim, he tried to offset his ineptitude with grunts and one-liners and retrofitted monstrosities. These things sure did try to compensate. While the modem was always a completely unassuming black box that looked like it could have been manufactured in 1986, the router often sprouted these big, blocky antennas that made it look like a dead, belly-up robotic insect. As if the transmission strength was ever the issue. As if what we were really missing here was more power. One day I got a call that perfectly intersected this dynamic with a new wave of home improvement America experienced in the 90s and aughts, one that I believe was juiced in some limited respect by shows like This Old House and, yeah, Home Improvement. This guy was pretty friendly, which, despite everything you hear, most call it horror. His internet wasn't working, so I checked the upstream and downstream readings on the line, asked him to tell me what the lights on the modem were doing, helped him check his IP address, all the basic stuff until, as usual, I was convinced this was a router problem. So I asked him to unplug his router and plug it back in, and he said, I can't. Oh, I got you. No problem. Do you happen to have somebody nearby who can help? No, he said. I literally can't. Turns out, during a recent fit of home improvement, he put up new drywall in his living room, and he had decided to place his modem and wireless router between the studs and wall it off behind the drywall, powering them via an electrical socket that was also behind the drywall. He treated his network like it was plumbing, never imagining he'd ever have to look at it again. We had a good laugh about it. He probably had a fun day hacking up his new wall with a hammer, but I understand where the instinct comes from. We think of these devices and these wires as unsightly. We hide them from our sight whenever possible. We even use those goofy wireless phone chargers that don't even eliminate the wire from the charger to the wall socket. They just keep us from having to touch the wire. We want everything to be wireless, invisible, magic.
There's always going to be a wire.
But you know, the thing we are walling off is our most expansive masterwork. It is the greatest superstructure humankind has ever created. Quite literally, the only global superstructure, and one that is nearly 200 years old. We're about to go to Alpha, and if there ever was one, a man named Frederick Gisborne, who, in 1851, is hacking his way to the wilderness of Newfoundland. And what I would like to argue is that the line he is preparing to crudely string across this island in the year 1851 and the cable sticking out of your living room wall right now are the same thing. I don't mean that they're similar or that they're different versions of the same thing. I mean that they are the same thing. Fiber optic cable is increasingly becoming the norm for our big, huge telecommunications superstructure, but obviously it's not replaced all at once. It's gradual and piecemeal. And along the way, fiber optic cables regularly communicate with older RG cables. When cable internet was the cutting edge, those cables regularly communicated with phone lines that supplied dial-up internet, and before that, exclusively phone calls. Around the turn of the century, as the telephone began to replace the telegraph, old telegraph lines were kept in place and repurposed as telephone lines, sharing the very same physically connected network with the telegraph. The entire time, this network has remained physically intact. This means that our global telecommunications network is a ship of Theseus, a thing that certainly retains none of the physical materials that it was made of when they began building it in the 1840s and 50s, but has nonetheless been augmented so gradually that it has never stopped being, at its core, the same thing. So, when you hear about Frederick Gisborne and his First Nation companions working on the line in 1851, know that they are among the people who are working on your line. Their estimated arrival time is 1850 through 1866 between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, last one down buys the ultra. God.
I'll be honest with you, I began my research of Frederick Gisborne thinking how funny it would be if he actually wore flannel, not at all expecting to find evidence of that. And then, on page 26 of his journal, what do you know? He's a flannel man. Gisborne is a classic Al Borland. Visually, he's a dead ringer. Big, bearded, strapping. Although he's in his 20s, he commands the respect of a much older man. Now, our previous Al saw his invention stolen by his Tim.
Name one creative thing I ever did on Tool Time. Well, Gadget Corner? That was your idea? No, I just took credit for it.
Al, like the rest of the supporting cast of Home Improvement, was almost never allowed to have his own thing going on. This Season 5 episode might be the first time we ever get to see him strike out on his own without Tim.
What about that Tool Time game you designed? Yeah. Everybody else loved my Tool Time board game.
Al's been dreaming about that project for years. To this point, pretty much everything bad that's ever happened to him could be explained by the presence of Tim, so you want to think that Tim was always the problem, was always the one holding Al back. Well, we know better than that because, again, the show's point of view is Tim's point of view. This is Tim's world, one in which Al is often fated to suffer. In order to mass-produce the game, Al hired contractors whose shoddy wiring causes every copy of the game to set itself on fire. The problem isn't that he's Al, it's that nobody else is Al. This Al is having contractor troubles of his own. Frederick Gisborne is leading an expedition to survey a path for a new telegraph line through Newfoundland. On the evening of October 17th, 1851, somewhere around this patch of land, while his hired men set up camp and kick off their boots for the day, Al ventures off just a bit to find some higher terrain and have a look around. This is one of the least inviting pieces of land on the planet, whether you're a human, an animal, or even a plant. The island was totally covered in an ice sheet until about 10,000 years ago, and being an island, many species of flora and fauna couldn't migrate through it when the Ice Age ended. No raccoons, no snakes, no lots of stuff you'd think you'd see. There is St. John's, a somewhat small port city on the eastern coast, and some small populations of First Nations people who mostly stick to the coast as well. Inland, it can be kind of a nightmare. Bleak is the word to use it. He's worried that his men, who aren't as seasoned and experienced in the wildernesses of the world as he is, might die out here. So he cut them loose and hired some men from the Mi'kmaq tribe who know the land and are far better suited for this expedition. They become fast friends, teaching each other dances, doing gymnastic exercises, laughing, joking, arguing over where thunder comes from, cool stuff. Gisborne learns that they found silver on the island, and knowing that his journal will probably be widely circulated one day, he makes sure to log in detail that the Mi'kmaq people should reap its benefits. One Mi'kmaq companion is impressed with his resilience throughout this journey, bestowing upon him the esteemed title of Crazy White Boy. Friendship is all they got. This expedition is a nightmare. Gisborne uses the word miserable a half dozen times in his 35-page journal. He quickly realizes the maps made of Newfoundland are all wrong and offers the following advice. Don't come here. You'll probably die. Throughout nearly the entire month of October, torrential rain drops all over. At night, the tent floods, so they have to cut a hole in the bottom so they don't sleep soaking in a pool of cold water. Gisborne's boots are perpetually waterlogged, and clothes are so soaked around the clock that they're chafing his skin and he's bleeding all over his body. It's impossible to keep anything less than soaking wet. The bread they're carrying turns into mush. They try to keep their food and clothes dry as well as they can, but it takes 90 minutes to start a fire, then several more hours for the fire to dry everything out. By that time, they spend almost all their daylight. So sometimes they resolve to just march through the pouring rain and, at least in one case, a hailstorm. Once they've marched like that to the point of exhaustion, they sleep under a blanket that obviously is soaking wet. They do this night after night. Sometimes it snows so hard that the tops of their sleeping bodies are flush with the surface of the snow, and then it rains. Once it becomes clear that the rain will not end, their souls are defeated. Gisborne asks his companions if they want to give up. A couple do take him up on it. One of them, who goes by the name Joe, tells him, "I can't do it. I can't go down in history as the guy who gave up before the white guy." Both Joe and Gisborne managed to survive the journey. It's been reported that another Mi'kmaq man died along the way. If he did, of course, rest in peace, but I suspect this might have been a misinterpretation. Gisborne's journal was so personal and detailed and communicated such strong kinship with his companions that the death of one of them absolutely would have been written about at length in his journal, but there's nothing. All I found was this entry from October 21st in which he says Matthew Brazil drank too much rum and, quote, rolled over dead drunk. They left him there, which I take to mean he just had a really bad hangover and never bothered to join back up with the group. Anyway, by the time they double back and return to St. John's, Gisborne does so with a known route through which a telegraph line can be run through Newfoundland. He's planned on doing so with the help of some investment partners, but two of those partners start fighting. Both of them quit and take their money with them, and all of a sudden, Gisborne is left holding the bag. He's arrested for debt and briefly thrown in jail, although he's so universally well-liked and respected in the Maritimes that he soon sprung loose. Still, though, Frederick Gisborne almost died out there. He endured months of sleeping in the rain, nearly starving, nearly freezing to death. He's lost all his money. He's been locked up. And for what? If laying telegraph line is his trade, there are plenty of better, safer places to do that where roadways and civilization actually exist. Newfoundland is not exactly a major industrial or commercial hub. It's one real city. St. John's is not exactly a big city, and it's nowhere near any other major city. And Gisborne, who's born in England and has lived all over the world, isn't even from Newfoundland. Why a telegraph line? Why here? What exactly is the point? That's right.
How long would they just see what I spent?
Hesitation from Hart. He knew he was going to get the whistle. Played right through it. The Cavaliers are on 2 for 2 in the game at the line.
They've been very clear about this. They've told Frederick Gisborne this is impossible. When he gets back to Newfoundland, he proposes it again, and they tell him it's impossible again. You cannot pull a telegraph wire across the Atlantic Ocean. If you did, you would establish proof of concept that a truly worldwide telecommunications network can be built in the 1850s, but you can't. Gisborne remains determined. He surveyed this tract to the eastern coast of Newfoundland so that a transatlantic underwater telegraph line can be laid on the ocean floor between here and the southwestern coast of Ireland. You're probably already imagining all the reasons this is impossible at this point in history, but for one, Newfoundland hasn't even been wired to the North American mainland yet. Can it be? Can an underwater telegraph line work? Well, there's some conditional good news to report there. Obviously, you can't just run bare copper wire across the ocean floor, so it'll need insulation, and it's at this point that we need to stop calling it a wire and start calling it a cable. At this point, the technology to develop synthetic insulation materials doesn't yet exist. There is one, and only one, known substance on Earth that can act as an effective insulator. It's called gutta percha, and it's a sort of tar-like substance that's highly moldable in hot water but becomes really tough and resilient once it's cooled down. In the 19th century, its applications are many. This bottle is made of gutta percha. These golf balls are made of gutta percha. This cane that Preston Brooks is using to beat Charles Sumner is made of gutta percha. Of greatest interest to telegraphers, though, is that it presents a very high dielectric strength. Withstand a reasonable amount of electric current without breaking down or leaking that current. Gutta percha is the only known material on the planet that offers these properties in this measure, and wouldn't you know it, the one place on Earth that can be found falls within the confines of the British Empire, which immediately starts doing what empires do. In Malaysia, gutta percha trees produce a considerable amount of the substance, but the vast majority of it is too difficult to actually extract. In a paper published in 2009, John Tolley explains that when they cut down a fully grown 60-foot tall tree, they could only actually harvest an average of about 11 ounces from it. In other words, crack open a can of soda and take a swig. However much you have left is how much they get out of a 60-foot tree. There is, of course, way more gutta percha than that in the tree, but they can't figure out how to get it out. So after chopping it down, they just leave it there and move on to the next tree. It was such a crude way of going about it that it eventually took on the term slaughter tapping. Tolley estimates that by the end of the 19th century, they had to knock down about 88 million trees to get all the insulation they needed for underwater cables around the world, most of which came from ecologically invaluable rainforests. The gutta percha tree almost went extinct entirely because all the while, very few people involved even raised the question of sustainability. But this is one of those times the chapter of history ends like sitcoms do. It's crucial to the long-term prospect of a sitcom that its characters never learn anything because their quirks and shortcomings are what make them funny. It's why you see the tool man make the same mistakes in his marriage over and over and over again. Every new episode, he relives some variant of the same day and presents the same failings, but it doesn't matter. In a very similar fashion, the captains of industry that nearly drove the gutta percha tree out of existence were bailed out by pure happenstance. It wasn't until the turn of the 20th century that they started to come to terms with the fact that they were completely running out. In 1902, it was reported that gutta percha trees could barely even be found in the wild anymore. Can you guess what happened a couple months prior to that? Marconi had achieved transatlantic wireless radio transmission, which would dramatically lessen the demand for gutta percha. It was a classic Deus Ex Machina, a new technology that just happened to arrive just in time to bail us out, leaving us free to repeat the same episode and devastate rainforests over and over again. Somehow, season after season, our great shared human sitcom remains on the air. But back to the 1850s, when people are decades away from caring about any of that, a lot of important lessons are being learned in the field of undersea telegraphy after some very Tool-Time-esque series of trials and errors. The idea they've landed on is to coil up a ton of cable in the hold of a ship and throw it out of the stern as it sails along. This is a very intricate process. For one, the ship can't go too fast, a grievous error committed by Tim later in the show's run when he accidentally flips on the thrusters of an F-14 Tomcat engine and sends the USS Constellation supercarrier flying across the ocean at 900 knots or whatever. I'm not much of a fan of Home Improvement's late era stunts where they kept trying to up the ante like this. I'm a much bigger fan of the simple slapstick Home Improvement offers, which it really should be commended for. Here, a glaringly obvious Tim Allen stunt double demonstrates the other lesson that telegraph pioneers are now learning. You gotta remember to let go. While trying to lay a cable from Scotland to Ireland, the steam paddler Britannia learned both these lessons the hard way. It went too fast for her men to be able to put any slack on the line, and it didn't let go, yanking all the expensive instruments and equipment out of the telegraph station, clanking across the beach and into the sea. The bad news is that once they actually do lay the cable and bring it to the other end, the problems are only beginning. In 1850, a cable is dropped across the English Channel, the first time this has ever been pulled off. Those on the French end of the wire excitedly hook it up to their instruments to receive Morse code signals from the British, only to find out that they're completely jumbled up and unintelligible. Same deal for those in England trying to pick up signals from the French. Both sides suspect the other of over-celebrating and getting so drunk off their asses that they can't type straight. During these years, telegraph companies all over the world are running into this same problem. Despite the gutta percha installation, signals just don't behave the same way underwater as they do above ground. The further a signal travels down the line, the more it slows down, and nobody knows why. In 1855, for example, an underwater cable is laid across the stretch of the Black Sea. It's the longest undersea cable ever attempted to this point, and despite all its insulation, they have to slow down transmission to just 5 words per minute in order to keep it the least bit intelligible. For example's sake, all the words I've spoken over the last 10 minutes would take more than 6 hours to transmit over this line. And that's for a line stretching about 300 miles. A transatlantic cable would span close to 2,000 miles. How much worse is this going to get on a cable 6 or 7 times as long? Do we have an answer for that? Doesn't matter. People have caught the bug. We've gotten a taste of the experience of instantly receiving a 1,000-word message sent from over 1,000 miles away, and we cannot get enough. We're talking about belting the globe. We're talking about time and distance utterly annihilated. We're imagining a future in which we can extend telegraph lines to other planets, which to me is a really funny illustration of how limited our imaginations were prior to the advent of wireless radio. But for now, we've got telegraph fever, and we don't really have time for questions like, why is underwater cable behaving differently? What we need now is a man untethered by the concerns of science, a man liberated from the oppressive confines of knowledge. We need a Tim.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category.
In January of 1854, Frederick Gisborne is introduced to business magnate Cyrus W. Field. Field is sleight of frame, especially standing next to Gisborne. His defining characteristic, which sometimes actually can be more of a virtue than a vice, is his minute-to-minute restlessness. Always scheming, planning, making moves. He does not and cannot chill. An instructive piece of tool-time lore is that while Al Borland did a lot of construction work during his time in the Navy and operated a crane as a union man, Tim started out as a salesman for Binford Tools, tool-time sponsor, which might explain the otherwise odd choice to wear a necktie on a home improvement show. Cyrus Field has come up as a businessman as well, having gotten rich in the paper business without more than a passing interest at best in the field of telegraphy. In a biography of Field written by his daughter, there is almost no mention of the word telegraph until the part that describes this meeting between him and Gisborne. And it's here that I'm going to make another break to accept the historical record, not because proposing alternate history is fun, which it is, but because this just does not add up. The story you're still most likely to hear is this one. Gisborne walked into Field's office not to propose a transatlantic cable, but to propose connecting Newfoundland to mainland North America so that messages could be telegraphed to St. John's, written down, loaded on a ship, and sailed to Europe, thereby getting there maybe a day or two faster than if they were sent from a place like New York City. The story goes that Field wasn't all that interested in this idea, but after Gisborne left, he looked at a globe he kept in his office. What we're supposed to believe is that Field, upon examining the globe, experienced a bit of genius, an epiphany. He arrived at completely independently that a cable should be laid straight across the Atlantic Ocean instead. I don't buy this for a couple of reasons. One is that several sources plainly state that Gisborne came to Nova Scotia politician Joseph Howe with a transatlantic proposal years earlier in 1850. Howe is the guy who shot him down multiple times in the first place. However, Howe is also the guy who later wrote a letter to Gisborne in which he said, "Listen, you were the first person who I ever heard propose the idea of a transatlantic cable. It was your idea. You have a much greater place in history than everyone thinks you do, and you should let everybody know it." Even beyond that, though, are we really supposed to believe this? And nobody ever seriously considered the idea of a transatlantic cable until this random rich guy looked at a globe. It's amazing to me that something this silly is actually stuck. Any 5-year-old could look at a globe, point at the blue stuff, and say, "Make that part go beep-beep." And listen, while I do think Frederick Gisborne might have been the first person to throw significant time and capital into the quest to build a transatlantic cable, neither he nor Field were the first to come up with the idea. Morse had floated the idea as far back as 1843, and I don't even think he was the first. Myth-making is undeniably fun, but I gotta ask that we try a little bit harder than this. Speaking of trying hard, Field was all in on everything he ever did, including, I think, the perpetuation of this myth. This is one of several photos of him posing with a globe. We've heard the globe story, man. We get it. We all get it.
Here we go. Heading back to the action here in the Eastern Conference Finals. In a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive.
For a time, this incarnation of Tim and Al actually does get along pretty well. Shortly after their meeting, Cyrus Field formed what will eventually be known as the Atlantic Telegraph Company. In other words, our Binford Tools. This company ponies up the funds to get cable laid across Newfoundland and to lay an underwater cable connecting Newfoundland to Nova Scotia. Frederick Gisborne, the master architect of this plan, immediately goes on a long vacation, which is understandable given everything he's been through. In his absence, the project totally goes belly up and is on the verge of failure. In 1856, Field and Company finally convinced him to come back, and Gisborne, being Gisborne, completely turns things around and gets both cables laid down successfully. And then, Gisborne leaves again, this time for good. One account says his relationship with Field and the others soured. Another claims that Field is starting to go around making and promoting plans without him. A third source seems to corroborate that. Further details seem to have been lost to history. Although Gisborne is no stranger to the world of business, these are two very different personalities. Field, all the way up to this point, has been exclusively a talker, not a doer. Have little respect for him.
Al, this show's part of entertainment. It takes a lot of skill to entertain the audience while we do our project. Anyone can do what you do.
This moment from the first season, in which Al declares he's fed up with Tim's non-stop yakety-yak, is about as close as he ever gets to quitting. Again, since it's a sitcom, he can't ever be allowed to, but Frederick Gisborne does quit, and he allows us to see what happens when Al and a Tim go their separate ways. Cyrus Field still has a major part to play in our story here in the 1850s. Looking far ahead, though, he's going to come out of the telegraphy business a very rich man. But this is a man who is a mover and a doer, and unlike Gisborne, his idea of moving and doing is mostly defined by moving money from one column to the next. He'll invest in everything from railroads to newspapers, and will end up being associated with the robber barons of the late 19th century, a group of aspiring monopolists intent on buying politicians, driving down wages, and generally immiserating the working class. There's debate over how involved Field actually was in any of those practices, but he is vilified for it. By the end of his life, he's mostly seen in the papers as a caricature, a crony dividing up America's wealth between him and his millionaire buddies. One of those buddies, Jay Gould, turns heel on Field, targeting him specifically and manipulating stock prices to squeeze him out of almost all his fortune. Well, says this unsympathetic writer, That's what you get. I think Field could have avoided dying next to Broke if he'd done what Frederick Gisborne had done. Despite the falling out with the Atlantic Telegraph Company, he returned to Newfoundland a hero and continued adventuring around there until a gunshot from God knows who put an end to that chapter of his life. Then he started leveraging his practical experience to become a scientist, renowned inventor, and eventually the superintendent of the Canadian Telegraph Service. Gisborne spent the rest of his life celebrated as the signature pioneer of the transatlantic telegraph in Newfoundland and the Maritimes, territories that were and are sparsely populated and typically ignored by the rest of Canada, let alone the world. His fame never extended far past there, but he doesn't seem to have ever cared, nor did he ever have the impulse to play around in the stock market and juice his wealth to incomprehensible levels. He was perfectly content to just sit his ass down somewhere and do what he liked to do. There don't seem to be any statues of either Field or Gisborne. There's a plaque dedicated to Field on a building in Manhattan next to Gramercy Park, the former site of his mansion. As far as commemorations you can actually go and visit, I think that's about all he ever got. And I think the only thing Gisborne ever got was a lake. Gisborne Lake, and man, is it a lake. It's very close to the spot where he cut the rest of the survey loose in 1851. I have no idea who named it after him or when they did. Almost nothing around here has changed in the nearly 175 years since. Newfoundland remains sparsely populated, especially outside St. John's, and especially once you leave the coastline. It's miles away from even the nearest dirt road. Virtually no one ever goes here, and outside of a short-lived proposal about 25 years ago to pump water out of this lake and sell it, virtually no one ever mentions it. I looked through social channels and found a couple of people who said they went fishing there once, and that's it. I don't have any license photos I can show you. There are barely any photos at all, but accounts from the few who've been there suggest that this satellite image absolutely does not do it justice. It's described as almost artificially beautiful. A pure and unique spectacle with water so clear and still that it sometimes almost seems invisible. So that's out. And that was Frederick Gisborne.
One sheet of Bounty versus one sheet of the competitive brand. One sheet of Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Everything you need to get stronger is just around the corner. Get your first month free at Planet Fitness when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month, no commitment. Deal ends February 13th.
See what you got.
Over Tatum. The Cavaliers again can't hit. Boston leading by 3.
Have you ever had a new job nightmare? Even know what I'm talking about? Well, a new job nightmare can happen if you take on a new project of some kind that puts you way over your skis, but they're probably most common within the first few weeks or months after starting a new job. They come during a time when you're so disoriented by your new job that you not only not know how to do it, you have no idea how to even begin to be less bad at it. You're either overthinking it by 100 miles or underthinking it by 100 miles, and you have no idea which. These anxieties manifest as nightmares in which the job is cartoonishly dumb and overcomplicated. For example, instead of emailing a report to your boss, you have to print out 53 copies and hand-deliver them by unicycle to every member of the 2009 San Diego Chargers. This is that kind of nightmare made manifest in the real world. Your job is to design and manufacture a cable capable of protecting a copper wire underwater. Let's start with this sample length of 400 feet. The 1850s, and the technology for applying gutta-percha insulation is still pretty new. That gutta-percha must be applied evenly. You need to be careful about how you store it. If it sits in the same way for too long, the copper wire might begin to sit off center. If it sits in the sun too long, the gutta-percha can heat up and lose its shape. Now, make this 400-foot length and extend it to an entire mile. What if there's a kink somewhere? If there is, are the materials strong enough to withstand it? This is not a game of percentages. You cannot compensate for one bad foot with 1,000 good ones. An electrical charge does not care about that. It will not heroically leap across an impure stretch of cable just because you tried your best. One weak spot, if weak enough, is capable of single-handedly turning this entire cable into expensive garbage. Are you going to be able to maintain this quality throughout every last foot of this mile? You might say so. But do you know so? You better be absolutely sure, because these are not like the above-ground telegraph wires we're used to that we can go and repair whenever we want. This goes to the bottom of the ocean, and once it's down there, there's no repairing it. You will never see it again. Additionally, this mile of cable is going to get heavy, really heavy. In water, this mile of cable will weigh about 1,300 pounds. Above the water, it'll weigh an entire ton. Will you be able to safely load it onto a ship? Will that ship's equipment allow you to spool it out smoothly without straining or squeezing? You're talking about an entire mile of cable weighing an entire ton? Make that 2,500 tons because you will require 2,500 miles of cable. How are you going to manufacture all this? Where? Who? With whose money? How will you ensure that every foot of these thousands of miles is free of defects? What ship on Earth is capable of carrying all these 2,500 tons? Will you have to use multiple ships? How will that work? Will you splice lengths of this cable together out there in the middle of the ocean? How are you going to safely unload this much cable bearing this much weight out of the ship and onto the floor of the Atlantic Ocean, a surface that you cannot see and that no one has ever seen? And you can be sure that this is a nightmare, because you cannot win a nightmare. Even if you do somehow successfully navigate all of this, you remain at the mercy of the signal slowdown problem that has plagued every underwater cable ever laid that was even 1/10 this long, rendering them borderline worthless. We don't even understand how to fix those. To try a cable 10 times longer that will greatly magnify a problem that we still do not understand, this is lunacy. This is delusion. Which in fact is the key here. Undertaking this project requires pure, bull-headed ignorance to the point of delusion. And suddenly, maybe a man like Cyrus Field is now a little bit easier to understand, even appreciate. His impulsiveness is capable of overriding all doubts and fears and compelling him to shove all his chips to the middle of the table. This is the only sort of attitude, the only sort of person who could lead a project like this one. There are, in fact, different variants of TIM. Sometimes they're oddly necessary. Like any TIM, Cyrus Field will require a supporting cast to refine his good ideas and mitigate the impact of his bad ideas. In this era, the characters we find within these lines of work fall into one of two categories of men. They say men here, naturally, as projects like this one can often be explained by the outright disqualification of more than half of all human beings, and that in turn can play some part in explaining why both Full Time and the Atlantic Telegraph Company are the way they are. Anywho, the commonly understood types here are the man of science and the practical man. Field, a total newcomer to the field of telegraphy, is neither one. A perfect example of a practical man can be found in company stakeholder Charles Bright. Bright is the boy wonder who laid the first undersea cable between Scotland and Ireland when he was just 21 years old. He has no formal scientific education, but has made up a lot of the difference through hands-on, real-world experience that has taught him a lot of things that a university could not. Another practical man on board is fellow stakeholder John Watkins Brett, known as the founder of the submarine telegraph, who oversaw the first successful cable laid across the English Channel. The man of science label is reserved for someone who tends to lack hands-on experience, but is well-versed in the theories and principles at play. This perfectly describes William Thompson, who, in 1856, at age 31, becomes an unpaid advisor and member of the board of the Atlantic Telegraph Company. From this point forward, Thompson will serve as our transformational pal. He is a genius, and in our time, he will be recognized as such. He won't be right about everything. For example, about a year and a half before the Wright brothers' first heavier-than-air flight, he'll predict that heavier-than-air flight will never be possible, but he's among the most gifted scientists of his time and will prove to be one of the most influential scientists of all time. To tell just one story of many, at one point he'll be asked to write a series of magazine articles explaining how a mariner's compass works. He writes one article, gets annoyed over how badly designed it is, says, forget it, I'll just make a better one, and designs a way, way better one that immediately becomes the standard for decades and makes every other mariner's compass on Earth obsolete. And that's what Thompson is bringing to the table here. He has such a thorough command of scientific knowledge and is such a voracious learner that he can become one of the foremost experts in an industry he joined last month. He has this special gift for knowing where to dive deep, which questions to answer, what the problem actually is. Consequently, as John Steele Gordon notes in his book A Thread Across the Ocean, his work here will produce a domino effect that helps eventually lead to the advent of wireless radio and television. Even here and now, Thompson's findings are, transformational. He drills down on the problem that something telegraphers everywhere. Why do signals come through clean on above-ground cables but get all jumbled up when sent through underwater cables? You might guess, well, water leaks through the gutta percha and screws up the signal. It can if the cable is of poor quality, but that's not actually the fundamental issue at play here. After a time, Thompson introduces what he calls the law of squares. Above-ground wires aren't even cables, right? They're usually just bare wires. If you shoot a current down a copper wire, that wire is basically only slowed down by the resistance of the wire itself. The amount of resistance depends on the quality and purity of the wire, but it's basically more or less linear. After X amount of time, it goes Y distance. So let's say you want to send the letter A, which in Morse code is a dot and a dash. You type the dot into the telegraph key, and an instant later, you type the dash. Since the resistance remains more or less linear throughout, they retain a comfortable cushion from one another. The person receiving them at the other end is actually going to be able to perceive this brief span of silence between the two. This span is everything. In Morse code, it's what makes the letter A the letter A. It's what makes sending literally anything possible. But undersea cable requires gutta percha insulation. While this insulation does protect it from the water, it also acts as a capacitor that itself absorbs electricity. So the current is up against two things, not only the resistance of the wire, but also the capacitance of the surrounding insulator. This double teaming is not 1 plus 1. It doesn't stack. It's not additive. It's exponential, hence the name, law of squares. So let's run this experiment again. Letter A, tapping a dot, then a dash, and an instant later. As they travel up the line, they both slow down so much that the gap between the dot and the dash gets smaller and smaller. And by the time they actually get to you on the far end, that gap is long gone. The dot and dash are totally smashed into each other. It's basically just a big long dash. You'd have no way of knowing that this was actually supposed to be the letter A. So how are you supposed to get around this? Well, you could send the dot and then wait a lot longer and then send the dash. That would give the person on the other end the gap they need. Depending on how long your cable is, that wait could be a solid couple of seconds. And that's just for the letter A, which only has one gap. A lot of letters require 2 or 3 gaps, plus extra longer gaps before and after the letter itself to differentiate one letter from the next. So just imagine trying to type entire sentences or paragraphs like this. Agonizing. You can probably understand now why that cable at the bottom of the Black Sea has a max transmission rate of 5 words a minute. And again, that's only 300 miles. This transatlantic cable is going to need to stretch about 1,700 nautical miles, more than 5 times as long. And the further this goes, the more this line is going to flatten out, meaning you'll wish the problem was only 5 times as bad. Stack all the other potential problems on top of this, and I mean, even if you do manage to drop a cable across the Atlantic Ocean and it still works by the time you're done with it, it might be so horrifically slow that if you want to send anything longer than a couple of sentences, you're better off just walking on a ship and sailing your ass over there to tell them yourself.
He's got some options off a little bit on that play.
Garland against Brown, and De'Aaron Fox gets the whistle that time. That'll be his second foul of the game.
That's his second foul here pretty early in this one. He's got to be careful for the rest of this half.
Here's Garland.
File free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file yourself by February 28th, no matter your tax situation. Get the TurboTax app now.
Baseline jumper. That one's good. Just his third make. Brings him to 3 for 8 in this game.
I love seeing guys use the mid-range mid-jump. That's just some smart basketball.
Is there a fix for this? Well, there's good news. Sort of. Thompson has found that, yeah, there are ways to offset the law of squares to the extent that it won't be all that much of a problem for us. It will be expensive, though, because the universe never guaranteed that this would be cheap or easy. Thompson studies a recently manufactured length of cable that looks a lot like this. This is not necessarily identical to other undersea cables that have been laid at this point, but it's pretty close. You can go ahead and ignore this outer ring here, which is only seen at the end of the segment. The exterior of nearly this entire cable is made up of these iron wires, which, as you can see, are twisted tightly to make the cable stronger. This ring here is composed of a delicious casserole of tar, pitch, linseed oil, and wax. Inside of that is this thick coating of gutta percha, and finally, in the middle, the copper wire. So here's a fun question for you. How thick do you think this cable is? I first learned about this cable when I was a kid, and on a purely emotional level, I just assumed it was huge, like an oil pipeline or something. And, I mean, it feels like it should be, right? A cable apparatus this historically transformational, that stretches this long, should be so gigantic that you couldn't even come close to wrapping your arms around it. Well, it is about this thick. About as thick as a Roosevelt dime, about 5/8 of an inch. Actually, the cable was just barely thinner than this. A transatlantic cable, again, is one that's going to run 1,700 or so nautical miles. I think the word we're searching for is raggedy. Yeah, it's a big, huge transcontinental jerry rig, which it has to be because even this cable is going to be outrageously expensive to produce a couple thousand miles of. After a considerable amount of study and experimentation, William Thompson concludes that, sorry, even this is not good enough. He makes two recommendations. First, make the copper core a lot larger so that it can offset the capacitance of the surrounding gutta percha. Second, make sure the copper itself is of way higher quality than this cut rate stuff they've been trying to get away with. Thompson's findings are devastating. Not only will this be way more expensive to produce than it already is, the cable he recommends will be about 4 times as heavy, which would make the already confounding logistics of loading it up on God knows how many ships a lot more complicated. It splits the Atlantic Telegraph Company in two. Its chief electrician, soon to be named later, who you will soon meet, is adamant that a thinner, cheaper cable like the one they use in the Black Sea is going to work just fine, and promises they'll be able to find some other workaround to make do with it. He's backed up by Samuel F. B. Morton, who, despite not being a key stakeholder, is still in the mix. I'm realizing that I didn't slot in enough room for Morse here, so I guess I'll stick him right over here. Morse uses his considerable name recognition and star power to assure the board that they can do this on the cheap. Meanwhile, Thompson is backed up by Charles Bright, who trusts Thompson's findings and agrees that going forward with this cheap cable is going to present a major liability, so major that it might single-handedly scuttle this entire project. Cyrus Field listens carefully to both arguments, and then he says, sorry, we kind of ordered all the cable already.
Your offense is flowing. Guys are getting into their spot.
Dumb enough. It's about to get a lot dumber. Let's look again at this cable. These protective iron wires are twisted in a particular direction. It follows then that every single segment of this cable needs to have its iron twisted in that same direction. If not, if the segment were twisted in the opposite direction, it would all unravel and come loose, right? Anyway, since this is a rush job for the ages and manufacturing the 2,500 miles of cable Field has ordered figures to take a really long time, he's fast-tracking production by contracting 2 different manufacturers. Half the cable is manufactured in Greenwich, the other half is manufactured hundreds of miles away up in Birkenhead. You know, some of my favorite dual-time goofs were the ones you were supposed to see coming from way, way off. You hear a setup like this?
I want to introduce Benford's new Miracle Glue. Tim, you might want to remind our viewers to be careful when using this glue because it will bond instantly to your skin.
And you know, for sure, what's going to happen.
You want to set your laminate securely on your shimmy strut and back?
Just like you saw this coming, the 2 lengths of cable manufactured by these companies were twisted in opposite directions, which not a single person seemed to notice until they were both finished. Whoops. This is a project of enormous scale, fraught with peril and uncertainty at every turn, one that will send everybody from the board of directors to the anonymous deckhand biting their nails off in pure anxiety over all the infinite number of things that could and probably will go wrong. All the daunting problems that will require every ounce of ingenuity they can find within themselves. Making sure the wires were twisted in the same direction was the free space on the bingo card. The easy part. The only easy part. And Cyrus Westfield had so many ants and pants that he fucked it up. And now, like Tim throughout half the remainder of the episode, he's got to wear it. Field at least gets to wear it in a less literal fashion. In order to jerry-rig these 2 incompatible cables together, people way smarter than him end up having to devise this monstrosity of a coupler that's 12 feet long and weighs 300 pounds. Luckily, this will turn out to work just fine, so it won't be an issue going forward. But this cable costs a total of 225,000 pounds. Cyrus Field just came way too close to throwing half of that. 112,000 pounds, which would be about 12 million pounds or 15 million US dollars in today's money, for the dumbest possible reason. In so doing, in case there was any doubt, he has firmly established the Atlantic Telegraph Company as our Binford tools, the penny-pinching overlord that foists shoddy products on our protagonists and regularly threatens to bring down the entire thing through mismanagement and malfeasance. On one occasion, they tried to make Tim and Al promote a saw in tool time that Tim quickly realized was a drop-tip piece of junk shoved off on him by a clueless executive.
How can he not know this is a bad tool?
He's been behind a desk for 10 years.
Cyrus Field has been sitting behind a desk for 10 years. Although he made his own way up the ladder, he's far removed from hands-on experience and has none in the business of telegraphy. He's not a practical man. He's not a man of science. Having alienated Frederick Gisborne, his Al, he is no longer even Tim, because a Tim cannot exist without his Al. Instead, Cyrus Field has himself become Binford Tools, poised to set up successive Tims for failure. And just like Binford, which is constantly trying to offload its enormous surplus of crap, the Atlantic Telegraph Company is now the proud owner of 2,500 nautical miles worth of glorified vacuum cleaner power cord that it now expects to form a bridge to a new age of humankind. They want a sensibly priced miracle. They want to fly balsa wood to the moon.
And he's good on the first of 3.
I wanted to play football because the Niners were incredible.
He was the best in the game, and I was trying to be.
Game on. I'm better than he is.
I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
I wanted to play football because the Niners were incredible.
He was the best in the game, and I was trying to be.
Game on. I'm better than he is.
I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
All hope is not lost. There are still some in the room who are geniuses. Unfortunately, there are others who are not. You see, Cyrus Field loves himself some confirmation bias, which again is probably why he waited for William Thompson's input on the cable until it was too late. Instead, he's made a new friend, one who faithfully told him every single thing he wanted to hear. This friend's name is Wildman Whitehouse, who serves in the Atlantic Telegraph Company in the role of chief electrician. He is a man who does whatever he wants for any reason he feels like, so I will too, pronouncing his name from this point forward as Wildman, even though it's probably pronounced Wildman. Wildman Whitehouse is the most powerful and destructive Tim humankind has ever known. In the years ahead, he will commit errors that are equal parts history-altering, catastrophic, and outright cartoonish, a combination no other person, alive or dead, has ever achieved. By the time you're finished reliving your story, you might well come to the conclusion that he is the dumbest man you have ever heard of in your entire life. You're gonna love him. I sure do.
Outside White for the lead. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got 3 assists in the game. Second half of play, but just under 2.5 minutes gone. And Kenny Atkinson calls timeout. Looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. this chance now to show you the list of the postseason scoring leaders. In the third spot, Jason Tatum.
And he's taken off on a tremendous scoring streak at the perfect time. I mean, obviously, he's established himself as a premier playoff performer.
Garland, the pass to Okoro. For three, Mitchell. Rebound by the Celtics. Gafford's got his 5th rebound right now in the game.
And they have been cold coming out of the break. Only getting one of their first 4 shots to drop this half. Got to pick it up.
Now here's Tatum. He's got 6. Back to Brown. And Okoro pulls it down. Cavaliers have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming on the locker at the break. And stolen by White. Pass to Brown from the arc. Mobley with the rebound. Mobley's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter. Garland against Fox. And there's Garland. That's good on the assist from Okoro. Okoro's got 5 assists in the game. Outside Fox. Pass to Gafford. The 3 from Tatum. Rebounded by Allen. Allen's got 8 rebounds in this game. On the wing, Mitchell. Some nice passing by Cleveland here. Now, here's Garland. Guarded by Fox. Just 5 to shoot. Allen dishes to Okoro. Here's Garland. Rebound, Boston. Outside, Tatum. Outside, White. Pass to Brown. Made that one as his 7th of the contest. 7 for 15 from the floor.
And each year, it seems Brown keeps getting better at shooting the ball, especially from the mid-range.
Garland finds Mitchell. Okoro with it. On the wing, Mitchell. Light covering. Nailed from three-point land. Okoro's got 10 points.
The game of Mitchell is more about putting up points, but Donovan can dish too.
Pass to Tatum. For the screen on Mobley. Back to Brown. Three-pointer. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Mobley's got rebound number 8 now on the night.
He had 6 points from long range in the first half, but nothing's falling here since.
Now, here's Okoro. He's got 10. And it's Mitchell missing. Boston has gone 1 of 4 in three-point shots here in the third. Over in the corner, White. Fires from deep. Evan Mobley with the rebound. Mobley's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Here's Okoro. Back to Mitchell. Outside Garland. Allen with the screen for Garland. Wound up there for Allen. And he lobs it up toward the rim. And stolen by Mobley. Garland kicks to Mobley. To Mitchell. Back to Mobley. Outside Garland. And here is Allen. That's good, and it's Garland with the assist. Garland's got 3 assists now in this one.
And this is where Allen should look to score because he's got the size and length.
Now here's White. Brown outside. Oh, drew the foul. Almost hit the three-point goes on Isaac Okoro. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Cavaliers.
They're moving the ball around so well, guys. Quick passes, letting the next guy do the work if you don't have a look.
And also, guys, the confidence to keep taking the three. It's been falling, so they've got to keep going back to it.
And he makes the first. Santi Aldama's checked in for Jared White. The switch here also for Cleveland. Barnes, who's checked in for Okoro. Good on the second free throw. And he nails the third. And Kenny Atkinson calls timeout here. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Are going to somewhat subpar 4 of 10 on their shots in the second half so far. Allen kicks to Garland. Mitchell outside. Out against Barnes. Mobley outside. Here's Allen. Tries again. Even after 2 offensive rebounds, they just can't get the ball. All together with the ball.
EA has a history of creating mediocre sports games. While they usually start out decent, nearly every series they've made has fallen off to some degree at some point in time. But not every series. Starting with Knockout Kings in 1998, EA created arguably their best and most consistent sports franchise, Fight Night. After a few good games released under the Knockout Kings name, EA released Fight Night 2004 in, you guessed it, 2004. And what came after resulted in one of the greatest runs in sports video games history. From Fight Night Round 2 to Fight Night Champion, every title was a success. Fans and critics praised the Fight Night titles, especially the later ones, for their realistic portrayals of boxing. Fight Night Champion, the last game in the series, was a grittier, darker boxing game that truly conveyed the brutality of the sport of boxing. It was an M-rated, story-driven experience that was very impressive for its time, and still is today, featuring near photorealistic graphics and mature costumes. For a sports game, not only was it innovative and unique, but it also sold pretty well, and then the series just stopped. Fight Night no longer exists. There's been rumors surrounding a new game, but development has been put on hold. The series, one that sold very well and was received very well, hasn't had a new entry since 2011. Why? And if the series returns, would EA still be capable of producing a high-quality sports game? Because they haven't in nearly a decade. Let's dive into the history of this iconic series, see where it ended, and see where we are today. This is the rise and fall of EA's Fight Night series, an iconic, popular franchise that EA simply stopped making. In 1998, EA released their first boxing game, Knockout Kings. At that point in time, there weren't a lot of boxing video games in general, besides the famous Punch-Out for NES. Knockout Kings was the most realistic and accurate boxing game ever made at that point in time, and it was just EA's first. It wasn't a perfect game, but it set a new standard for realistic AAA boxing. Featuring 3 game modes, Exhibition, Slugfest, and Career, it wasn't anything crazy, but it was a very solid start for the new series. Even in the first Knockout Kings title, you can see the roots of the Fight Night franchise and clues towards what was to come. While the hardcore boxing fan may have been a bit disappointed with the slightly arcade-feeling gameplay and a lack of refinement with the little things such as parrying and power balance, it was still easily the greatest boxing video game ever made at that point in time. This is in reference to the PlayStation 1 version of the game. Surprisingly, the game also released for the Game Boy Color, and this was the only EA boxing game to ever release for a handheld system until Fight Night Round 3 on the PSP. Consider it a rare, retro, early handheld version of Fight Night. It was pretty bare bones, featuring just 10 real-life boxers, but it supported multiplayer over a link cable and included the ability to create a box. It wasn't a great game by any means, but I think it's worth mentioning due to how forgotten it is. Knockout Kings 2000 was next, and it was a solid improvement. The game was ported to the Nintendo 64, and it would be the last game in the series on that console. As for the PlayStation version, the graphics received significant improvements, now with boxers having accurate faces and builds. Presentation was improved with new replays during matches. While it wasn't a groundbreaking release, it built upon the first Knockout Kings title's solid foundation. With Knockout Kings 2001, things started to get interesting. Despite the high reception of the first and second title, EA kept pushing the envelope. Keep in mind, there wasn't exactly much of any competition going on in the boxing video game scene. Usually in these videos, I talk about how competition brought the best out of a franchise, and then it fell off once the competition faded. But with Fight Night, this actually wasn't the case. Instead, it seemed like the developers behind these games truly loved boxing and were motivated to create a great video game representation of the sport because it hadn't been done before. These games were made out of passion, not simply to make a profit. While the PlayStation version of 01 was similar to the year before with a few tweaks, this game also released for the PlayStation 2, a first for the series. And that's the version you want to play. 2001's roster grew substantially. All of the top-named fighters you'd expect from the time, both male and female, were included, along with historic fighters like the great Muhammad Ali. Butterbean returned from the year before, and man do I love playing with Butterbean, he's a beast. A new game mode was added dubbed Classic Fight, and the career mode received significant upgrades, now allowing you to choose the gym you start your career in, as well as more in-depth decision-making, with you having your choice of trainers and cutmen that impact your boxer's skills in different ways. Gameplay took a step forward, becoming more realistic. Boxers move around the ring quicker and behave in a more realistic manner. The CPU will evade and flip punches that it wouldn't have in the previous version, and you could now hit your opponent from new angles rather than from the relatively linear gameplay of the first game where you could only really hit the opposition head-on. The improved mobility of your boxer also allowed for better defense, as you can now bob and weave to duck or avoid hits. While these graphics may not appear impressive today, for its time this game looked amazing. This was one of, if not the best-looking sports games out at the time. And guess what? Max Kellerman is part of the game's commentary team, all the way back in 2000. And while he's been a boxing commentator for a long time, those who only knew him from First Take might be surprised to hear his voice. Knockout Kings 2002 released not only for the PlayStation 2 again, but also for the original Xbox, unlocking a lot more power to work with. Now that the game was only releasing on the 6th generation of consoles, the developers had the process and power available to create, yet again, the greatest boxing video game ever made. That seemed to be the team's goal every single year.
Graphically, the Xbox version of the game blew away the previous year's PS2 version. Player likenesses were vastly improved, and the game took a slightly more arcade approach, although it was still a relatively realistic game. Now your boxer was always facing the opponent, so your movements were made in relation to their position. Controls were revamped, and while they are a bit harder to pick up and play, once you got the hang of them, it unlocked a more complex gameplay experience. However, the game focuses heavily on slugging it out toe-to-toe, rather than using the entire ring to your advantage, which is where the game started to feel a bit less sim-like. It felt more like a button masher than a boxing sim, but it was still a fantastic game. Animations were fast, player movement was fast, giving gameplay an adrenaline-filled vibe. This was a fantastic game for multiplayer, with a tournament mode that would allow you to play with all of your friends, but the game felt lacking in the depth department. This was more of a gameplay and graphical rehaul, resulting in yet another fantastic entry to the series, but the game still felt like it had more to accomplish to reach its ceilings. This would be the last Knockout Kings title for the Xbox or PlayStation 2. There was a Knockout Kings 2003, which was surprisingly a Nintendo GameCube exclusive. Since the Nintendo 64 version of Knockout Kings 2000, Nintendo console owners haven't been able to play newer titles in the series, so EA decided to re-release Knockout Kings 2002 a year later, calling it 2003 just for the Game Boy. It was more or less the same game, ported over with a few small additions. And then, EA made a massive change. One that would change the boxing video game scene forever.
Spatial Audio has arrived on BandLab with a whole new curated collection of beats to play with using
forever. In 2004, 2 years after the last Knockout Kings title, and 3 years after the base of that game was released, EA returned with a new boxing series. While the Knockout Kings games were the most realistic boxing titles you could buy at the time, they still leaned more towards the arcade side in certain areas and could never truly figure out what they wanted to be. In 2003, EA took their Triple Play Baseball series and started over, renaming it to MVP Baseball and taking the world by storm. Seeing how successful that move was, they decided to go the same route with their Knockout Kings series. While it was a successful series, EA set their aim even higher, and released a brand new boxing game with the now iconic name, Fight Night. Fight Night 2004 was leagues above any Knockout Kings title, which was super impressive considering how well received those titles were. The boxing genre was reinvigorated, with 2004 delivering a truly simulation-style boxing game. From the controls to the gameplay to the visuals, this was a definitive boxing video game. Even today, Fight Night 2004 holds up quite well. On the PlayStation 2, Online was added for the first time, and for the other versions, Exhibition and Career were the only game modes. While it may sound bare bones, Career Mode was actually a huge step forward. You started out with 0 attributes and slowly built your player up in the exact categories and skills you wanted. Between matches, you could train your fighter to increase the skills, and you could also choose your opponents, view your rewards, even buy new equipment with an in-game currency you earned by playing through the game. It also featured 32 licensed boxers covering 6 weight divisions, and the in-game creative fighter mode was so customizable, you could realistically create any boxer not featured in the game, such as Mike Tyson. The gameplay in the ring is where Fight Night 2004 stole the show. Now using analog sticks for controls, the game set the stage for all future Fight Night titles. You'd use the right analog stick to jab, pushing it to the left or right to use that respective hand. For hooks, you move the stick in a quarter circle rotation, and for uppercuts, you rotate the stick halfway. The analog controls allowed for a ton of user input and made the games less of a button masher and more of a skill-based, realistic boxing game, where the same strategies you'd see work in real life would work in game. Linking combos was realistic and a lot of fun, and Fight Night 04 delivered the greatest boxing game ever made at the time, just like Knockout Kings titles had done before it. Only this time, EA had set the bar so much higher. It was a fantastic time to be a fan of boxing. Fight Night was now on the map for nearly everyone. While die-hard boxing fans loved the game, it was also a great way for newcomers to the sport to understand the rules, the boxers, and the mechanics of the sport. The Fight Night titles were pretty popular and helped introduce countless people to boxing. With Fight Night Round 2, the best boxing game ever, got even better. Now, Both teams adding individual realism. The graphics engine was improved to the point where each hit resulted in an individual swelling point. Hitting a guy in the eye will result in it welling up and darkening, for example, exactly where you hit him. One of the few flaws of 04 was the ring physics. You could perform unrealistic rubber band knockouts from the ropes, and this was addressed and fixed in round 2, with boxers having less ragdoll physics and more of a solid feel as well. Clenching was included for the first time, and you could also now hit while moving, resulting in more freedom during gameplay. Haymaker, a massive part of the Fight Night series, was added, allowing users to charge up a strike for a more powerful hit, giving players the ability to choose their hit power. This was a game changer. Joe Tessitore took over commentating duties from Big Tigger, resulting in a more TV-like presentation. Career mode took yet another step forward, now with a lot more boxers to choose from, along with a new mode called Hard Hits, where you can play to unlock new stadiums and gear. If you win a title, you can spend the rest of your career defending it from all ranked contenders, or you can choose to fight worse fighters to maintain your record until you no longer have a choice and receive a challenge to your title. You could really control your own career narrative, which was pretty unique for such an old sports game. Fight Night Round 2 received critical acclaim, and to this day, is still considered to be one of the greatest boxing games ever made. Could EA really top it off with Fight Night Round 3?
Yes.
On the 6th generation versions of the game, it was more or less the same as the year before. But Fight Night Round 3 also released for next-gen consoles, the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, for the first time, resulting in another massive evolution for its series. These next-gen consoles gave the developers even more power, which was used heavily to improve the graphics, faces, and more. You could see the fear and emotion on a player's face before a hit. You could see blood spilling, black eyes form in real time, swollen lips, and more. With detail never before seen, these 7th gen Fight Night titles had some of the greatest graphics of all time, blowing away all other EA Sports titles at the time. The downside to Fight Night Round 3 was that it was a bit overhyped. EA spent a lot of time talking about the possibilities of the game on next gen, and the final game didn't live up to expectations. It was still a great game, arguably the best yet, but fans were promised just a bit more in terms of physics and gameplay. Get in the Ring was a new first-person game mode, changing the depth perception and timing of gameplay. You had to be faster, and it felt like a true boxing simulation. Despite improvements and enhancements all around, the initial hype of the first next-gen Fight Night, along with the high bar EA had set with previous award-winning titles, resulted in a very good game that fell just short of expectations. Career mode unfortunately took a step back, as well as the game's AI, but visually, Fight Night never looked better. The next title, Fight Night Round 4, is arguably the greatest in the series' history. Now exclusively on 7th gen consoles, the developers spent all their time adding to and refining what they built in Round 3, giving fans what they originally promised, the definitive Fight Night game. EA Canada took over development duties, took some chances, and it paid off. First, Career Mode became Legacy Mode.
Tap your W-2 and file your taxes.
Tap your W-2
free.
and
Plus,
kill
get your biggest
all
refund.
normies.
And it paid off. First, Career Mode became Legacy Mode, and was vastly improved to be much deeper, customizable, and more rewarding. In terms of gameplay, Fight Night Round 4 has the most realistic, pure boxing ever seen in the video game. To this very day, at least in my opinion. Punches are very fast. Boxers move around the ring with some of the greatest graphics you'll ever see in any video game, despite the game's age. This was a beautiful work of art. The sound design was phenomenal. The game just didn't have a weak spot. Haymaker was tweaked in a more realistic way, as it was de-emphasized but still present, so you were less inclined to go for huge power punches all the time. What worked well in Fight Night Round 3 remained, such as the hooks, uppercuts, and jabs, but now body punches were assigned to the analog sticks instead of Haymaker. The entire approach you would take in Fight Night Round 3 was changed and would no longer be as successful. It was a return to Fight Night's simulation-style roots, with the most realistic and challenging boxing gameplay of all time. This game was and forever will be a classic. EA followed Round 4 up with Fight Night Champion, an innovative and also really dang good boxing game.
Yeah.
While Champion took a slight step back in the gameplay department with easier AI and more exploitative gameplay, it was still fantastic and much better than Round 3. But Champion's gameplay was just a bit worse than Round 4.
Yeah.
That said, Champion offered something never seen
before. A story.
An M-rated cinematic career.
M-rated.
If you've played Madden 18 or 19, think of it as similar to the long shot mode in those games. Only if it was actually good, mature, and boxing related. The story follows Andre Bishop with a ton of really well-acted cutscenes that create an emotional bond to the character and his story. As you play through the mode, the commentary team talks about Bishop's story, and their lines change based on how you performed over time, creating a lot of realism. You can replay this mode multiple times and have a very different experience. Blood spews more than ever thanks to the M rating, and the story actually takes some dark turns. I don't want to spoil it because it is 100% worth playing through.
Right, I'm not spoiling it either.
So why do I consider Round 4 to be the better boxing title? As I mentioned before, it was much more challenging. It also ran in 60 FPS while Champion ran in 30 FPS, resulting in smoother gameplay. Footwork and face damage were also better in Round 4. That said, Champion did improve in some gameplay areas, such as the new stamina system, which made it nearly impossible to continuously throw straight punches over and over. Stick controls felt more fluid, and the overall gameplay had a nicer flow to it. But due to its easier gameplay and flaws, I have to give the nod to Round 4. It's definitely subjective though, and I can see the case for either game. Unfortunately, we never got to see another Fight Night game again. But why?
What happened?
Today, EA makes UFC games that have received relatively mediocre reviews at best. It's an MMA game, so it's not really comparable to Fight Night, but it's the closest thing we've had since. Why did EA stop making Fight Night games? The most common theory comes down to finance. EA over time has become a profit-driven company, and paying for the UFC license is much cheaper than having to pay individual boxers to appear in a game. It was rumored that fighters such as Floyd Mayweather were asking for a ton of money to appear in the game, to the point where EA didn't expect to turn a large profit. Many fighters today grew up playing these awesome games, and I'm sure most of them would love to be included in a new title. It's obvious, isn't it, that EA developed arguably their greatest and most consistent sports franchise ever, and then just stopped.
So imagine
we may never know why they stopped making Fight Night games, but you could argue that the series ended at a perfect time. It was still a good company back then, known for their quality sports games. And while some of their games had fallen off already, such as Madden, and NBA Live was about they still had numerous thriving sports games. And even their worst games looked better than what their worst games look like today. Unfortunately, EA is no longer the same company. It's ran by different people, executives who care about nothing but profit. The quality of an EA Sports title is no longer a priority, nor is it even a focus. And using the UFC games as an example, it might be for the best that EA never tarnished the Fight Night name. It's one of the very few sports franchises that has stood the test of time and was consistently great, ending on a high note. While Fight Night Champion is backwards compatible on Xbox, Round 4 isn't, which is a bummer, considering the fact that many call it the greatest boxing game ever made. Luckily, it's more accessible today thanks to PS3 emulation. But it's a shame that there aren't any new boxing games to help introduce the younger generation to the sport. And nowadays, with all the YouTuber boxing matches going on, as well as athletes from other sports entering the ring, a modern boxing game could be really popular. In 2021, it was reported that EA was working on a new Fight Night game, codenamed Moneyball, and likely to be titled Fight Night Round 5. But it has since been paused indefinitely so EA could focus on their next UFC title. If it ever did come out, I wouldn't expect it to come close to the older Fight Night games, but who knows, maybe EA could surprise us all. Esports Boxing Club is a new boxing game in development, and while it looks promising, we have no idea what to really expect, but it's worth keeping an eye on at the very least. The end of boxing video games has mostly been a mystery, considering just how great the Fight Night series was. But Fight Night Round 4 holds up so well today, that if you pick it up, you'll still be impressed. For a decade-old title, it features some of the best gameplay and graphics ever seen in the sports game, and that's some respectable longevity. Maybe EA will return with a new Fight Night game in a few years, An esports boxing club could be a worthy competitor, pushing EA to return to form. Or maybe we will see yet another decade of silence from Johnny. Regardless, the Fight Night series was incredible, and will go down in gaming history as one of, if not the, best sports video game franchises of all time.
Stop scrolling. Start shredding. Try Mo's new barbacoa.
Welcome to Mo!
Behind this advisor is the power of Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds.
Defense to collapse, therefore allowing us to penetrate.
And Kenny Atkinson calls timeout. He has
the NFL remains the prime team in American football, but that doesn't mean that other leagues have tried to come in and take a slice of that pie. There's the USFL that launched in the 80s and folded after just 3 seasons. Then there's the Alliance of American Football that didn't even get to finish a full season, as they filed for bankruptcy mid-season. And then there is the XFL. If I brought up the XFL, you might think of actually the league that was founded in 2018 by Vince McMahon had 5 weeks to play in 2020 before COVID derailed the whole thing for The Rock to buy up the league to make it more of like a minor league for the NFL. That's an XFL. But I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the 2001 league that felt like a wild fever dream. I feel like the XFL came and went so quickly, and I was just a kid, that I often growing up, like years afterwards, was like, was that real? Did that really happen? I was only 5 when it launched, so I would see it on NBC and be like, this is not that. Is this a different? So yeah, I had a hard time asking friends if it existed or not. In 2001, Vince McMahon, the then head honcho of the WWF, had a collaboration with NBC Sports to make the XFL, Extreme Football League. Vince McMahon once called it the Extra Fun League, and the goal was simple. Let's make football even more extreme. The NFL had a problem with touchdown celebrations, amongst other things. Vince McMahon called it a no-fun league, and I don't think he's completely off base at the time.
He suggests that the NFL stands for the no-fun league. The XFL is going to be the extra fun league.
Vince McMahon wanted the NFL to be more hard-hitting, not playing scared football. I had to pause for that because I was like, Vince McMahon, there's a world where Vince McMahon saw the 2000 Baltimore Ravens, one of the hardest hitting teams in football history, and said, nah, we want more of that. Excuse me? That was prime Ray Lewis. Now, the XFL was NBC's attempt to getting back into football after losing the NFL rights to CBS and Fox in 1998. Vince McMahon had an idea to mesh football and wrestling elements to make an entire not new sport, but an entire new iteration of the sport that we all know and love today. They announced the league in 2000, and they only had a short period of time to get the league off the ground. And to be fair, a lot of that was their own doing. They accelerated the timeline themselves. They announced it a little bit too early. With this new league, it also had a slew of new rule changes, which I'll get to that later. So the main thing I want to get from this video is how did the XFL stack up as a football watching league? And I'm going to go off of week 1 of the XFL, which was the most popular version of the league. And it's also, I think, the most raw version of the league. If you're new here, welcome in, and if you know me, welcome back. Thank you for liking, subscribing, commenting on the channel. As you can see here, I'm not in my usual place of business, trying to get outside, examine new scenery, and, switch it up a little bit. So, thank you for bearing with me on that, and let's get to the rest of the video. It's time to watch the first ever XFL game in full. Now, this XFL broadcast starts off with an official message from The Rock.
The players in the XFL, and on behalf of the fans in the XFL, The Rock simply says, just bring it. Just bring it.
And I gotta say is that growing up, wrestling is one of the few things that I do not know about as much as I would like to, but I understand enough to get me through this video, if that makes sense. I have some of the wrestling video games, but you can't just ask me, yo, what was the WrestleMania plot line in 2004? I'm not gonna be able to tell you that. I have no clue. Like, The Rock was a fan favorite and a huge success to the Venn diagram of WWF, but that's all I got for it. And this is a really good idea. It's a really good idea to have these familiar faces promoting this brand new thing that some of your fans will know and be recognized, but the XFL is about to introduce a lot of new people, and I will get to that later. And I'm pretty sure that there probably was a small group of new XFL fans that were like, maybe there'll be some wrestlers that play football as well, and were highly disappointed. Anyway, we are live in Las Vegas, and Vince McMahon comes out to the field and gives a speech on his vision for the XFL, thanking the fans, and his idea of the perfect style of football.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the XFL!
His main promotion piece is the fact that you're going to get as much all access to everything about the XFL, which is something that a lot of sports leagues did not even try to dabble with for a long, long time. He's talking about access to the players, access to hearing what the coaches say in the locker room at halftime, access to more cheerleader angles. I don't know. Spike TV era, man. It wasn't even on Spike TV. It was just the 2000s era of just weirdness. Yep. Now, we're in Las Vegas, so the home team is the Las Vegas Outlaws, and they come out to raucous cheers. You know, people have their jerseys and whatnot. And then the opponents are the New York, New Jersey Hitmen. I gotta say this right now. Naming a team after two different locations is stupid. I understand New England. That's a region. Just doing two states. That'd be like if it was the North Carolina, South Carolina Panthers. Do you hear how wild that sounds? Time is full. It's time to talk about this video sponsor. As a content is to be swapped at no additions.
At Hardee's, we hand bread our chicken sandwiches. Other places don't.
Just swap.
He didn't get all of them.
A man who works hard, sweats hard, all five sweat. So go.
Just swap it out options for the deals that can give us free. And I know what you're asking. Yes, Jesse Ventura was still the governor of Minnesota. We then are met with NFL Hall of Famer Dick Butkus to introduce the Scramble, which is the XFL's alternate version of the coin toss. In the Scramble, you get two of your fastest players at the 35-yard line, and they both sprint to midfield, and whoever has possession of the ball gets to pick if they receive or kick. This is a good idea in practice. I want to say that there's another game going on at the same time, being broadcast at the same time. This one is on NBC, the other version's on satellite. On the satellite version of the Scramble, there's a guy that gets hurt during the Scramble and is out for the entire game. That happened multiple times during this XFL season, by the way. This is a good idea on paper, but yeah, future versions of players have been hurt by this. And that's the thing where it's like, it's XFL, but like, the only thing worse than NFL football is just constant pain. The Las Vegas Outlaws received a kickoff and were immediately introduced to the Las Vegas Outlaw cheerleaders. Now, I watched the ESPN documentary on the XFL, and a big promotion piece of the XFL was actually promoting the cheerleaders. Now, part of this was because it was the early 2000s, and that was what TV kind of was in certain aspects. But the other part was that the XFL really didn't have anything to promote. They didn't have any gameplay. They didn't have any prominent players that were going to be in the XFL. They didn't really have that many marketing tools. So they just turned to cheerleaders. They had like a sex sells kind of thing with the cheerleaders. And one of the marketing things in the ESPN documentary said was different camera angles. And Brooks' brother, dude, I will. What is cool is the fact that we get access to the coaches' pregame locker room speeches in terms of what they're saying to their players. Now, what they're saying isn't anything of like special note. It's like standard football stuff, right? Go out there and you're not expecting any like speech from like Remember the Titans or Any Given Sunday or whatnot. But it was cool in 2001 to have that kind of player access to be like, oh, this is what a pro football team is doing before the game. That's what they're up to. This mic'd up behind the scenes thing is an idea that will then get applied to other sports leagues. You have NFL mic'd up, NBA mic'd up, and a clear theme of this XFL thing is that while the league did not do that well, a lot of ideas were taken from it, and almost none of them have anything to do with the actual gameplay itself. During the game, we then get a screenshot that explains everyone's pay scale. So the quarterback gets $5,000. You get $4,500 of the others. Then you get $3,500 to the kicker, and then each player will get an extra $2,500 for each win in the season. Then you get $7,500 for a playoff win. And then the final would be a grand total of $1 million split between all of the players. That would be the main prize pool for this. So the main things I got from this is that, one, the kicker is going to have the best deal out of all of this. And two, calling the rest of the league outside of the quarterback, the others, kind of crazy to me. I don't know, Vince.
Yeah, to call a halfback another.
Here that go on to the entire broadcast that makes me ask if Vince McMahon has really watched football like that. And I feel like calling every other position the others is not helping the case. I'm so sorry. And maybe there's a world where Vince McMahon played football back in the day. I have no idea. The game starts with a cool reverse kickoff at the 40-yard line, and then the entire offense introduces themselves to the fans.
Quarterback, these guys are Shan, University of Miami, national champ. Todd Floyd, wide receiver, welcome to the city that really never sleeps.
So this takes about a minute or 2 minutes of time, so each person gets to give their name, their position, their college, say something cool. And I think this is a great idea because this is our first introduction to all of these people. Some of these people are ex-college players or whatnot, but this is our first introduction to a lot of these people. We are learning the names of 11 new people instantly. Not to mention the 11 people on defense, not to mention the head coach, not to mention the play-by-play team. So it gets to be a lot that happens pretty quickly. And this is not current, per se, but you figure out real time who the stars become, who the impact players to watch are. Because right now it's a point state. Nobody knows. We also get to hear the play call here from the quarterback where, even though we don't understand what we're saying, they're saying regular football jargon. They're not saying, hey, dude, go left, and let's run left, let's do this out. No, they're doing the regular football jargon stuff. And while I can't understand it, it's cool. Now, on the first play, the quarterback does scramble out, and Jesse Ventura makes a reminder that in this league, quarterbacks are not allowed to slide.
You notice right away there's no slide in the XFL. Our quarterbacks get treated like fullbacks. They're required to play the game here.
Which, okay, I get that. I don't have a problem with the quarterback not being allowed to slide. It's the way Jesse Ventura says it, it's some oh man.
Eastern Conference Finals.
Ventura says it it's some oh man, you're not allowed to slide. I'm nitpicking here, I'm sorry. Let's continue. Later in the drive, the Las Vegas Outlaws hand the ball off to He Hate Me, and he gets a chunk of yardage.
What's that on the back of his jersey?
Lion Trout, I'm not sure. They can put any name they want on the back of their jersey, so you got nicknames, you got everything out there.
I know you got nicknames, but that seems to be a phrase.
Whenever you mention the XFL to any sports fan, the number one answer on Family Feud would likely be, oh, he hates me. They say he hates me. Everyone knows he hates me. XFL had a thing where you could put your nicknames on the back of the jerseys. And I get the wrestling element of this because no one calls The Rock Dwayne when he gets in the ring. Like The Undertaker, right? You have the option to put your nicknames on these jerseys, which is sick. The Outlaws are putting together a really good drive in this league. And then we cut to this exchange.
Quarterback Brian Clement knows how to score.
Especially against an 8-man front.
When the free safety slides over, my receiver gets a nice free release, which causes the defense to collapse, therefore allowing us to penetrate for the touchdown.
Exactly where Donovan Mitchell wants to be. This guy knows how to finish strong inside.
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, Kenny Atkinson did give me a few minutes to catch up with him. He knows how much Jason Tatum
This stands out to me a lot as a very weird exchange. I know they're trying to go for the sexy, nerdy dynamic here, but it just comes out of left field, and it's just so awkward. And again, the XFL, they got football guys, and not all of the football guys are going to be personality guys. But when you get these football players to be in the XFL, they kind of have to be the personality, especially if the football is not that different from the NFL. I kind of wish that this quarterback actually had a whiteboard to draw out some of the plays so that we could sit here and learn something, because, again, we just got a segment where he just gave us a ton of weird jargon. These players are going to have to double as entertainers, and I don't know how many of them really care about that part, right? Some players just want to see this as another way to play football. Having players have to double as that can kind of become a tall task at certain points, depending on who it is. We then pan into an intro into Skycam, which is one of the main XFL innovations that has stayed with us throughout. Now, Skycam is kind of an overhead camera that allows us to watch the XFL at a unique angle. So NFL usually does like side to side, whereas the XFL kind of shoots it vertically. And I gotta say, I wish that NFL football was always shot this way, because I often struggle as a football fan because I don't get to see the route. You get to hike the ball and then 4 players disappear off the screen, right? With Skycam, you get to see like route concepts and stuff, and it's better to learn the game of football that way if you're trying to learn the game of football, in my opinion. The Hitmen force 4th down, and then we get some more all-access of the players trash talking, and, you know, it's real extreme football, you know?
We still don't want them. Ty Dalton talking junk. That's unusual. You got a defensive back, but talking junk, that never happens.
I can't tell if the play-by-play people are being sarcastic there, but whatever. The Las Vegas Outlaws took a field goal to go up 3-0. And then they cut to a sideline reporter that's asking the question that we all want to know. Why he hate me, bro?
Rod, why do you have he hate me on your jersey?
Because they hate me, man. Look how they looking at me. Look.
So far this postseason, they provided
baby, we're going to have to fight back. They hate us.
Now we know.
So one thing I'm noticing early about this broadcast is that there's a lot of dead air, and it feels like a weird balance between the play-by-play people when they are supposed to talk and when they're supposed to let the all-access do the work. Because sometimes the play-by-play person is talking, and then they cut to an all-access moment, but the all-access isn't really all-accessing. So then there's just like some silence. It gets a little bit weird. It is what it is. And I know part of the dead air is for you to highlight the players doing the talking, but sometimes they're just doing their job, and that's not exciting. We then have the Las Vegas defense introducing themselves, which is cool, and then there's a cut to an all-access of the coach of the Outlaws actually coaching.
Where's Pitt? Where's the other outside? Where's Haven at? Okay, listen. If we're in cover 2, 7-man front, what they're doing when they're running the weak side, they're bringing that tackle on him right now.
This access is cool. There's a lot of trial and error here early with the all-access stuff. Cool all-access stuff doesn't seem corny in the slightest, so that's a plus. And I think a big thing that sports leagues often learn over time is that, yes, we will mic up the player, but we're going to listen for the mic upable spots, right? So when you watch an NBA broadcast and they mic a player up, they cut to that segment like way after that moment has happened. So there's probably someone directing being like, oh, that's a good clip, clip that for later. XFL, they're not doing that. They're doing that on the fly. And I wish that was probably one thing. I don't know if they have the technology or wherewithal to do that, but I wish that they had stuck to that instead. The hitmen are about to punt, and I have to explain another rule for a second. There's no fair catching in the XFL, and if a punt goes over 25 yards, the ball is fair game. So it's basically like an onside punt if it goes over 25 yards. As a fan of chaos, I do not hate that rule, but I do think it's a hard rule to keep track of because, one, you're asking the players to keep track of 25 yards full speed. That just seems a little bit of a tall task. I don't know, it might just be me. So the referees see a late hit and decide to call a penalty, and there have been some penalties here and there, but I do think that at this point in time, the refs are treating this just like a regular football game, which takes away from the entire point of the XFL. Like, the XFL is supposed to be more dangerous, more hard-hitting, more extreme. But these referees are being put in a weird spot because they have absolutely nothing to go off of. There's no example gameplay of being like, you see this right here? This is actually not a late hit in the XFL, whatever. So the referees are just calling this like a normal football game. Now, I'm never going to take the side of more players putting themselves in danger for our entertainment, but I will say that if your whole product was marketed on football but even more extreme, but you're still calling it like it's a regular football game, the fans in the stands are not going to be excited. Like, the people that bought tickets to be in the stands for these games were expecting like Gladiator. Like the scene from Gladiator, where it's like, oh, we're gonna watch people get hurt for our sport.
Shopping with your parents.
Yeah, and then they got like football.
Watch people get hurt for our sport. What are these penalty flags doing? Anyway, we have a commercial, and then we cut back to an XFL cheerleader introduction.
Hi, I'm Paula, and for the last 10 years, I've lived right here in Las Vegas. By day, I'm a law student, and at night, I'm an XFL cheerleader.
Yeah, we never see this person again. It's clear the XFL thought the cheerleaders would be a big draw or something, but I don't know why having them say their names and introducing them, I don't know what that does. We just football teams worth of new players, and I think we're going to have our hands full with that already. They do have a segment of just mic'd up football hits promoted as big hits, but if we're being honest, this just feels like regular NFL competition, but you put the mics a little bit closer so that the sound is louder. This looks like regular NFL football, guys. As someone that watches the AFC North year in and year out, this is pretty standard stuff. Now, a wild part about this debut is that there's a second XFL game going on that wasn't being broadcast on national TV at the same time. It's on satellite. And I gotta say, I wish that they made this a doubleheader. I know that they couldn't because of Saturday Night Live, but having two games on at once and no way to watch the other game for a majority of people that didn't have cable is pretty weird stuff to me. That means that the first touchdown in XFL history actually happened off screen if you're watching NBC.
There it is, the first touchdown in league history scored in Orlando.
We then come back to where they cut back to the cheerleaders and use weird camera angles to a point where the play-by-play announcer just says this.
I feel uncomfortable.
And honestly, it's just crazy how they use this as a big part of the marketing for all this. I know that I keep repeating myself, but it's still just wild. So if we're keeping score at home, we basically have regular football with some slight tweaks and then awkward shots of cheerleaders on NBC. We get our first touchdown in this game thanks to a tipped pass, and if you were expecting extra fanfare, you do not get it.
In the first quarter, it's deflected. Sloppy seconds. Licky Brady. Outlaw touchdown.
This was something that could have been an entirely new separator for the XFL to the NFL. The celebrations. Vince McMahon himself talked about how the NFL would be penalizing celebrations, and then the XFL, you don't even have celebrations at all. that's a big miss here, especially coming from, like, if you're a wrestling fan, people have their signature moves. It'd be the perfect time to introduce a signature touchdown dance for the team or the player. Just didn't happen. And it's actually kind of wild that'd be like the first thing that I would think of. I'd be like, if the football's not gonna separate it, why don't we have the celebrations do it? Do something cool. Do some wrestling moves in there. I don't know, man. There aren't point after attempts in the XFL, so you have to run and pass for it. And this means that kickers get paid even more for even less work in this game. And then this play turns into one of the worst drop passes I've ever seen.
Inside, he's got it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
That's fine. 47 minutes into the broadcast, there is a rules refresher, but for rules that have never been explained before. At 50 minutes, we get a play update from what is the more exciting game of the two, but we're not watching it because we're busy watching an injured player hobble off of the field. I don't think that the XFL accounted for player injuries because all of this over-the-top action is great, and then when a player is injured, it sucks the air out of the building, and then, of course, the camera pans to David Spade. New York has to punt again, and we see the true chaos of the no fair catch rule.
Ball's got to get to the 24-yard line for that to happen. There's a hanging high punt. We might see it right here. No fair catch. And Mike Curry got absolutely smoked. A flag on the play.
Actually, there's 2 flags on the play.
Or so we thought. We get 2 penalties on the play, so there's still catch interference, but no fair catch, which kind of makes the no fair catch rule kind of stupid, no? Because I feel like we're all at home expecting players to be lit up throughout this, but no, we're not. You have a 5-yard radius, 5-yard catch radius for the punt return, but they're not allowed a fair catch. This is an incredibly hard play to referee, it feels like. We get a lot more player interviews, but then again, they're just regular standard interviews. The coaches are chill, and the players are still used to regular athlete interviews and media training. And we finally get the most exciting play of the night currently from He Hate Me. Just because it's wet outside.
Stolen by Allen. To the middle, and now Barnes running.
He Hate Me.
They load up a lot of receivers on the left side. Clemens got to dump it off. He Hate Me, run smart. There he goes, midfield, breaks the tackle. Still dancing, still on his feet. This game don't show more breakaway speed.
They immediately want to go to him for an interview, but the man is wife. Not only is he tired, he has to go back into the game.
He hates me. Ron, talk about the play.
Okay, finally, 57 minutes in, we have our first stat graphic of the game show up. And 90 seconds later, we have a Stone Cold cameo.
I hear the guy who runs NFL, Paul Tagliabue, said that the XFL is a non-issue. A non-issue. Hell, I think that's an insult to football fans everywhere and an insult to the men knocking heads on the football field. You might be careful of that non-issue. It might bite you on your ass. That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Which is awesome. But what he's saying doesn't match the product on the field, as this game is the snooze fest. And it comes down to the biggest weaknesses that many football leagues struggle with. Quarterback play. So that's one thing that all these new leagues have to struggle with. Now, I know that the XFL had some quarterbacks that were in the NFL. I think Jeff Brom and then Tommy Maddox as well. But throughout the league, that wasn't a guaranteed given. And even then, at that point, it's not like they were plucking NFL starters. You know what I'm saying? It's mid-game and we get a fan interview for some reason, and I'm even more confused here.
How do you feel about the scramble for the ball before the beginning of the game?
It was great. Hey, if you want the ball, you got to get the ball. Go Outlaws!
I'm confused here because they're asking us about something that happened close to an hour ago in real time. An hour ago. That happened so long ago. The next play, we finally get what I think is the first true instance of XFL action.
A lot of time to throw. He's got a man over the middle there. Brandon Sanders to Corky. Safety.
What a hit after that.
And honestly, this is what I've been waiting for the entire time. It's been a while. And we also get our second good player interview.
Oh, he got even. You know what? I roll with bitches. Don't please believe me. Like Sugar Shane. Sugar Shane, baby, I roll with the bitches. That's all that was. Tell him keep coming at me. He gonna put me back where I need to be. Tell him keep coming, he's the bump.
And Brandon Sanders, or BMAC as they call him, he's a great entertainer. And it looks like we at least have one player on each side of the ball that sounds like a fun time. He Hate Me and BMAC. Great. We then have another fan interview. And I'm saying this because no other league would even dream of doing this, by the way.
Just how big of an XFL fan are you?
Let's put it this way. We've been in this city of Las Vegas for about 7 hours. We came all the way from Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
At first I thought the first person was a celebrity that I didn't recognize, but no, these are just regular fans. During the game is crazy. If the league has fan interviews, usually it's either pre-packaged, like so they can make sure that the fan doesn't say anything crazy. But no, the XFL is just like, no, keep rolling, bro. But at this point, I'm starting to realize how many interviews there are currently, and I think it's reminding me just how not exciting the game is, because these athletes are not having that much to talk about. The fans are not having that much to talk about currently. Even though we have another outlaw touchdown, and again, there was no celebration.
Jenkins outlaw touchdown. 27 yards. Vegas lighting it up.
There's no celebration film. This is one of the biggest deals about the NFL that they made, and the XFL just doesn't do it at all. It makes the least amount of sense. With that, the score is now 19-0 in the second quarter. It would be a shame if the score remained that way for the rest of the game, huh, guys? The XFL player that caught the touchdown got his player interview, but he was on the phone with probably a coach or something, so we get this interaction.
Nakia Jenkins caught the touchdown pass for the Outlaws. Nakia, I know you're on another call right now, but let me ask you. Can you hang up for a second, please? This is long distance.
It's a truly awkward experience because he immediately hangs up, and this is the second time a player interview has given us no actual answer. It's like the football players are locked into the game or something. I don't know. Eventually he does give an interview, but it doesn't get rid of the awkwardness. But you know what's also awkward? The fact that this game is not close in the slightest. It's only a 19-point lead, but it feels like 50. I think a big weakness that all these new football leagues have is the fact that they can't afford to have a preseason like the NFL or spring training like MLB play. Every new football league that mentions the NFL in some capacity will be compared to it. Meanwhile, the Outlaws are starting to sense that they are leagues better than their opponent.
It has that characteristic damp, musty smell because it's alive.
They are better than their opponent, and they tell the audience that.
They trying, man. They trying hard. They get an E for effort, baby. But they know what's up. They scared right now. That's a scary play right here.
Which is both cool and crazy for a first impression of the balance of the league. I'm telling you that competitive balance is so important to a new league. It's not going to be as fun of a league watching experience if one team is miles better than all of them. Slam Ball's revival will tell you that. So a 19-0 game isn't going to be a good sign, right? A fun thing that happens at halftime that I don't think that we see in sports often is that they interview the Hitmen coach, and he says that they're beating themselves.
Well, we're just beating ourselves. You know, we're not playing the defense the way it's designed to be played. I think we were a little tight when we first started, and then we were a little bit shell-shocked. We just got to, group together and come back and play our best the second half.
But I think the interview is being broadcast across the stadium, like on the loudspeakers, so the other sideline reporter and the other team can hear that. And they immediately respond with some bars of their own.
It's a dominating defensive performance in the first half, but you just heard New York coach Rusty Tillman say they were beating themselves. It wasn't you beating them.
Well, hey, we still got to put those lights out defense. I think the buzzers are circling. The stadium, he sees it. And that's, what happens when the buzzers circle them stadiums, man. They smell death. We got to go out there these next 30 minutes and bring it to them.
It's actually genuinely hilarious. I think that more leagues should do that because that was very good. The XFL also takes us directly into the locker room coverage to potentially have to hear what the coaches are saying.
What you're supposed to do. It doesn't work any other way. Okay? Now, the 2 TDs they ran. One was inside about the 20-yard line. They threw the seam out here with the people.
It's good insider's access, but I think that the thing here is that the average football fan is not going to understand what's going on in the slightest. And that's the reason, again, why I don't think that the league copied this part of the production. They kind of edit that out instead of having it live. And I feel like most pro teams wouldn't want their strategies broadcast for future endeavors. We get back to the second half and we see how lopsided this game is. The Hitmen have -3 rushing yards, bro. For the sake of the video, and if you didn't get the foreshadowing drop that I had earlier, I'm just going to spoil the rest of the broadcast for you. Neither team listed here scores again. They interviewed Tony Siragusa in the second half, which at the time he just retired, so he doesn't hold back. He doesn't hold back on this game.
Tell me, man, what are you doing? Get these guys fired up. I want to see a game here, baby.
And I want to just step back and talk about how crazy this is. A former NFL player just got on the mic, which is connected to the stadium, and just criticized the XFL coach and says that he just wants a competitive game here. I understand why you in theory would want this interview, but I only would have done this interview if the game was going well. Because Tony Siragusa doesn't have any filter, and you knew that when you put him on the camera. Later on, the Hitman quarterback gets laid out, and then we see him getting tested to see if he's all there or not. Once again, this is the side effects of the XFL that I don't think that they took into account for. Like, this is the main thing with it. I think that Vince McMahon promoted that something would be more dangerous than the NFL when he didn't know just how dangerous the NFL already is. It's really wild seeing a quarterback take a concussion test and have the cameras focused on it. Like, this goes against everything live sports is known for now. What's wild is that we go directly from this to a cameo from The Undertaker.
You might say
I'm not going to make fun of him for the "don't bet against it" line, but I just want to make it clear that I did not add the Limp Bizkit music in the background. That was already there. I know that I put Limp Bizkit in other videos of mine. This was already in that one. Coming back from the break, it's announced that The Rock was hosting Saturday Night Live, which makes so much sense, honestly, that they wanted to make this night, like, really, like, have so much overlap where it's like, if you like Saturday Night Live and you like The Rock, you're going to like this XFL game that's happening before. Which I think is a great idea. They really did pull out all the stops to make this XFL try and be great, so I understand the synergy here. Then later interview quarterback number 7, and if you've been keeping track, it's the same quarterback that got tested for a concussion earlier.
What? The team has momentum. They're doing some things that are confusing us. We're getting beat off the ball, but things are just snowballing right now. And, there's nobody making excuses. We're just being outplayed right now.
This is crazy work, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I can't even. 4 minutes later, they have another player cheerleader collab.
Brandon Sanders, what's your favorite part of the game?
Right now, being about to bump the line.
Once again, we get another reminder of just how exciting the other game going on at the same time is. Chicago and Orlando are having so much fun, man. Don't you wish that you were watching this game? We also get a programming note about future XFL games, and one of them is on UPN, which is the blast from the past. The one thing I have of note is that there's a 4-quarter update of the other game, as we get to go now and watch that broadcast live and get to check in on how the game is going. What if I told you that the broadcast never switches back to the other game? Now, I have a couple of problems with this. Imagine if you were in a movie theater and you're not watching the best movie in the world, but you're still a little bit invested. I mean, you've been introduced to the characters and you know who they are. Now imagine if that movie theater then threw you into a second half of a different movie while you're in the same theater room, by the way. They barely introduce anyone and then you never finish the other movie. That's what the XFL watching experience must have sounded like if you didn't have satellite TV. By the way, they did this with 14 minutes left in the game that they were showing us, which is a huge gamble. We've seen comebacks happen in way less time. While the game is better, the rationale of this is wild to me. I will say that the announcing crew is way better than the main crew that we were watching, which is also something.
It's known for John Avery.
It's Jim Ross and Jerry the King Lawler.
It honestly makes me wonder what the reception of the league would be if this game shown was actually on NBC. And I think that, of course, you have to pick one. It's bad luck, honestly. I understand, but it's just a huge what if. With Chicago down 5, they...
Here's Hauser. Lets it go from deep.
With Chicago down 5, they then try to mount a comeback, but Orlando picks it off.
20 yards, second down. There's a
And this is a really exciting football game. It's exciting, it's fun. Orlando scores another touchdown, and these commentators, again, they're just way better.
It's going to be a huge series for Orlando. Ross looking to throw. He's got one. In the end zone.
Look at fucking Jim Robbins going to King Waller. Touchdown! Touchdown! By God, kid!
In the end zone.
2-minute warning, Chicago comes back and scores and makes it a tight game. And even if the tight end doesn't get up quickly, we do have a ball. The other game ended, by the way, same score. Anyway, Orlando holds on to win this game, and the broadcast ends. So yeah, I think it's had potential, but it felt really forced at times. There's the player segments with the cheerleaders, which also sounded cool in theory, but the overall lack of chemistry just seeps through all of this and just made this seem corny as hell. I think the main thing about the XFL is that it was too cheesy for the average football fan and not exciting enough for the average wrestling fan. My theory is that Vince McMahon thought that football and wrestling were basically two sides of the same coin. Just a bunch of people making contact and wowing the crowd. But it's not. While wrestling is more of an art form in terms of selling punches and finishing moves, football is more like an ongoing battle. The XFL's all access was a great idea, but it was too much access. I do not need to see my quarterback getting tested for concussions. I do not need to see or hear random fans giving interviews. I know that they weren't really able to get into their groove or anything, but some of the sideline interviews were lackluster. And above all else, the football for the first game was just a bad game, while simultaneously having a better game happen for 3 quarters off screen. It's the most chaotic league debut I've ever seen, ever. It's actually crazy, all of this that happened, and summarizing it at the end, you're just like, I understand why a kid me was like, is this real, dude? I don't think this is real, bro. Like that. So yeah. Anyway, that's my thoughts on the XFL debut, and there's a lot to unpack, but thank you guys for watching the end of the video. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. I appreciate you guys. Love you. See you later. Bye.
MLB 2K13 was the last 2K baseball game, and it was pretty bad. So bad that IGN labeled the game as a phoned-in embarrassment, and IGN isn't known for being very critical of sports games. However, the series actually had a long life, starting with World Series Baseball, a Sega Genesis game from 1994. While the MLB 2K games were never amazing, there were some pretty good titles that released. Unfortunately for 2K, even their best MLB games were overshadowed by other studios. Major League Baseball 2K5 was a good game, but EA's MVP Baseball 2005 was even better. At that point in time, 2K was also still making NFL games, until EA signed an exclusive rights agreement with the NFL, so that only EA could release NFL games going forward. That's why today all you see on store shelves are Madden titles. But what many people don't know is that 2K did the exact same thing in response to EA. They signed an exclusive rights agreement with the MLB, so that only 2K could release third-party MLB games.
Planet Fitness.
And both free throws good for Mobley. So it's the Celtics now. They lead by 4.
They could release third-party MLB games. Of course, if you're a regular viewer of the channel, you can probably predict exactly what happens next. The less competition a product has, the less innovative the product becomes. Unlike EA, however, 2K didn't sign a fully exclusive deal, only a third-party one, meaning 2K was the only third-party company allowed to make MLB games, so companies like EA couldn't. But first-party companies such as Sony's San Diego Studios could continue making MLB games for their respective consoles. If Microsoft wanted, they could have released an MLB game too. All 2K really did here was screw over EA, which somewhat seems justified considering what EA had done to 2K with NFL games, but the end result left consumers worse off. EA's MVP baseball games were amazing, and while they continued for a couple years as college games since they couldn't use the MLB license, it just wasn't the same. While PlayStation users had the choice between MLB 2K and MLB The Show, everyone else was just stuck with one option. As MLB The Show got better and better, and as MLB 2K got worse and worse, 2K threw in the towel and stopped trying with the last few iterations of the series. Besides, NBA 2K was making them a ton of money anyways. The lack of care with the later MLB 2K games is what sealed their fate. Eventually, most people simply stopped buying the games. MLB The Show was wildly more popular, despite being a Sony exclusive at the time. It was simply a much better and more feature-filled game, at least near the end of MLB 2K's life. Most hardcore baseball fans had a PlayStation console by that point, and 2K quietly ended the series. Despite all the negativity surrounding the more recent MLB 2K games, at one point in time, the series was not only good, but great. In the early to mid-2000s, the MLB 2K games were pretty good, and the World Series baseball games were incredible, and offered arguably the best MLB experience ever in the mid to late 90s. Let's take a look at the history of 2K's MLB series, from its early inception to its peak, and finally, to its eventual fall.
Well, that's 2 fouls on him early. He'll have to be careful not to pick up another one.
Tristan Thompson, he's checked in for the
roots of 2K's MLB series starts with World Series Baseball, a 1994 Sega Genesis game developed by Blue Sky Software. This was the first video game ever to include both MLB players and teams. It received critical acclaim, and many critics deemed it the greatest baseball video game to date. Naturally, Sega continued the series. They released an upgraded version for the Sega Saturn, which was the best-looking baseball game ever at the time, and then got to work on the next iteration of the game. While Blue Sky Software would continue developing the Sega Genesis versions of the game, Sega themselves developed the more impressive Saturn releases. After 95 and 96 released on PC and Genesis, Sega released World Series Baseball 2, a sequel to the first game on the Saturn. The game was another massive success. In terms of gameplay, these older titles leaned more towards the arcade side, with a lack of sim options. Sega focused on creating fast-paced gameplay that would remain engaging and fun, even when playing through an entire team's season. The following year, however, Sega received some competition. MLB 98, developed by Sony Interactive Studio America, which would later become 989 Sports, can be considered the first iteration of MLB The Show, although Sony's MLB games didn't use that title until 2006. Sony's game was very good, and received great reviews, but it couldn't compare to World Series Baseball 2. At the time, Next Generation said, "There's no denying MLB 98 is a good, solid baseball game. However, in the grander scheme of console baseball, MLB 98 does nothing to advance the genre, and can't even clean the cleats of Sega's World Series Baseball 98 for Saturn." How long would Sega's lead last? World Series Baseball 98 was fantastic, but it was the end of an era. For 3 years, there were no new MLB games from Sega. Meanwhile, Sony was taking advantage of the opportunity. MLB 2000 was a huge step forward, and Sega making a new game at that time. Baseball fans had to choose between that or EA's Triple Play series, which was starting to catch up as well. After releasing the Sega Dreamcast in 1999, Sega developed and released their own sports games, including the first NFL, NHL, and NBA 2K titles. After 3 years, World Series Baseball finally returned as World Series Baseball 2K1. While many would start here when going over the history of MLB 2K games, I think the other World Series titles belong in the story too, since they signify a time when Sega was on top of the baseball world. 2K1, however, was just not a good game. Fans were super excited when they heard World Series Baseball was returning, but it turned out only the name was coming back. The game wasn't developed by Sega, but instead WoW Entertainment. Sega's other 2K sports games were all as realistic as possible, aiming to be true simulations. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case with World Series 2K1. The game was pretty bare bones, missing expected features like home run derby, scenarios, and only had exhibition, season, and playoff modes. The season mode was very lifeless, as the CPU couldn't even make trades. The player had to control everything. There was no challenge to team building. The game was full of lag and slowdowns, making already bad gameplay even worse. The game wasn't completely horrible, however. It did have a great create a player feature, allowing users to edit everything down to their players' socks and batting stance. There was also a team edit feature where you could create a team from scratch. The presentation was great, looking like a real MLB broadcast with authentic camera angles and great stadium recreation. But besides that, it was a far cry from the critically acclaimed World Series baseball titles of old. Meanwhile, Sony's MLB 2001 was another critical success, and more baseball fans were ditching Sega for the PlayStation. EA's Triple Play 2001 wasn't very good, however, giving 2K an opportunity. We really don't know what was going on behind the scenes. World Series Baseball was supposed to be a Dreamcast launch title, yet it was delayed an entire year only to be a pretty rough game. When Microsoft released the Xbox, Sega decided to release their next title on that console too. While the Dreamcast version of 2K2 was an improvement,
don't just match that breath.
Garland against Fox.
improvement, it didn't come close to Sega's new Xbox version. The Xbox was a much more powerful console at the time, and Sega took advantage, dropping the best World Series baseball title in 5 years. Sony wouldn't release a baseball title for the PlayStation 2 until 2 years later, but EA did release Triple Play 2002 on the PS2 and Xbox. Luckily for 2K, EA's game received mixed reviews, and the game's lack of success caused EA to rebrand their MLB titles. The following year, MVP Baseball 2003 released and was an incredible step forward for EA, adding a ton of new features, improving gameplay, and more. The complete story of EA's baseball titles is for another video, however. The key here is that competition was bringing out multiple great games. When one of the big three companies was down, they bounced back within a year or so. World Series Baseball 2K3 was another great game. However, Sega had changed a lot by then. They had discontinued their Dreamcast system and were now a third-party publisher. The game released for the Xbox and PlayStation 2, and a GameCube version was developed but then cancelled. Despite the history of the World Series Baseball name and the recent success of the series, Sega decided to rebrand all of their sports games by pushing their ESPN license and integration. Their next title was called ESPN Major League Baseball, and while it was technically 2K4, that wasn't part of the official name. The other 2K sports games were like this too that year. Over the previous few releases, Sega took their great base game of 2K2 and continued tweaking it and adding new features. But year to year, the games weren't changing all that much. The games were really good, but not exactly innovative. Luckily for Sega, Sony's first game on the PS2, MLB 2004, was a mess. EA, however, was doing great. Rebranding to MVP Baseball led to a huge jump in sales, and MVP 2004 was a fantastic game that was arguably better than Sega's. Everything changed the following year.
That is old. I sort of like it.
In 2005, competition was at its peak for MLB video games. You had Sony's MLB 2005, you had Acclaim's All-Star Baseball 2005, you had MVP Baseball 2005, and you had MLB 2K5. In the NFL video game space, ESPN NFL 2K5 was a huge hit, and because it retailed for only $20, it nearly outsold Madden, causing EA to panic. Reportedly, the NFL was unhappy with competition leading to price drops on games with their branding, so they decided to choose one company to give the exclusive NFL license to. And while many people preferred the more realistic gameplay of NFL 2K, EA won, and only Madden titles would release from that point forward. In response, 2K signed a similar agreement with the MLB, killing off any third-party MLB series such as EA's or Acclaim's. This was terrible for everyone. not only would NFL games now have no competition, but the fantastic MVP Baseball 2005, what I consider to be the greatest MLB game ever made, would now be EA's last MLB video. Because the license was only for third-party games, however, Sony could continue releasing their MLB games on PlayStation consoles, and they did. For their 2006 release, they rebranded the game to MLB 06, The Show, and heavily marketed the game on TV with MLB players and famous actors. The game was a huge step forward from Sony's recent titles, and The Show became the MLB Game 2 body. This would never change. MLB 2K6 wasn't terrible. It added new features like Inside Edge, the World Baseball Classic, the Swing Stick, and it even had animations for fans catching balls. Those who grew up on the MLB 2K games likely remember Joe Young, a replacement for Barry Bonds, as well as other fictional players like Carnival Lane. While the game received decent reviews, at least for the original Xbox and PlayStation 2, it just didn't compare to The Show, and most people still preferred MVP Baseball. The exclusive license left a sour taste in the mouth of baseball fans, and 2K became the villain of the industry in a sense, despite the fact that they were only responding to what EA did to them with the NFL license. Regardless, an eye for an eye isn't a well-liked strategy, and without competition on non-Sony consoles, things weren't looking great for consumers. The Xbox 360 version of 2K6 was not well received, so 2K set their priorities on fixing the game and improving it for 2K7. And it worked! The game became more challenging, as you could no longer button mash your way around the bases. The presentation and gameplay design was changed to not only look much nicer, but also play much nicer. Unfortunately, many features were lost in this game, such as the World Baseball Classic and International Teams, and the rest of the game modes merely received a facelift. Having to basically rebuild the game after 2K6's missteps set the series back, while Sony's The Show was only getting better and better. 2K7's development was led by Ben Brinkman, who, in an interview with IGN, was quoted as saying, "MLB 2K7 was the first step in a long process of reinventing the 2K Sports Baseball brand in the MLB franchise. 2K7 was year one of that, and a lot of that was just getting back on the stable ground, getting back with the people who play our game and putting something out there that they're happy with, they have a blast playing, and that they can play for an extended period of time. I think we delivered upon that, given the short timeline with which we had to create that game. 2K8 was part 2 of the series." It was part 2 of the series rebuild, and like 2K7, it was a step up and a respectable game, but it didn't touch MLB 08 The Show. This was the issue. 2K's MLB games weren't bad. They just weren't worthy of the exclusive MLB license, and it showed when Sony was destroying them year after year. However, the mere presence of 2K's baseball games and the fact that they were decent enough helped push Sony to develop the best baseball game they could. MLB The Show would not have been as successful as it was if 2K wasn't right there behind them. In the mid to late 90s, Sega's MLB games were at the top of the pack, but after some missteps in the early 2000s, and after Sega sold 2K to Take-Two Interactive, and of course after nearly all competition was wiped out, MLB 2K was no longer the same. It was becoming less and less popular every year. Xbox or Wii owners really had no choice but to buy the 2K games if they wanted an MLB game. But The Show was the obvious choice for anyone with a PlayStation. Perhaps with MLB 2K9, the last game of the 3-year rebuild, 2K would close the gap between them and Sony. Expectations were high, which led to a disappointing release. The game received much worse reviews than the last game, 2K8, as it felt unfinished, buggy, and simply bizarre. Animations were messy, glitches were everywhere, and the game was just not good enough. 2K had invested serious time and effort into fixing the series, and they failed. When MLB 2K10 released, no one really cared. The die-hard fans of the series who had remained since the 1994 release of World Series Baseball must have been confused by this game, since it was labeled as the 10-year anniversary of the series. The game was a lot better than 2K9, with bug fixes and much more polished gameplay, but it was just too late. All faith had been lost. 2K did put in the work to improve 2K10, but it simply felt like the game 2K9 was supposed to be. On the other hand, MLB 10 The Show was considered to be one of the greatest baseball games ever created. MLB 2K11 was the same story, a decent game but not even close to the show, so why bother? It had a MyPlayer mode like NBA 2K, but it was shallow and not even close to as in-depth as its NBA counterpart. Some people, however, did really enjoy these games, even if they weren't as well received or as popular as Sony's. For many who already owned an Xbox 360, why buy a PlayStation 3 just for one game? Those who grew up with these games grew to enjoy them. The franchise mode, while less in-depth than the shows, was simpler and easier to navigate. Commentary and presentation were fantastic. Gameplay was simpler and easier to get into. MLB 2K quietly died off 2 years later. MLB 2K12 was a roster update to 2K11, as was 2K13, the last game in the series. 2K lost faith in their game due to declining sales, and despite putting an effort to improve the game a few years before, it just didn't work out. In my opinion, 2K gave up too soon, but with NBA 2K becoming such a success at the time, killing off NBA Live, it made sense why 2K would shift all their focus towards that series instead. I believe the MLB video game scene is worse off without MLB 2K. Look back at MLB The Show during the mid to late 2000s and early 2010s. The game was incredible, adding new features every year, somehow raising the bar with every release. While 2K killed off most of the competition, at least it was competition for The Show. Now The Show, which now releases for Xbox consoles too, has no other game to compete with or try and surpass. Predictably, The Show has gotten lazier and lazier. And while you can make a pretty good argument that it's the best sports game currently on the market, that doesn't mean much. Better than Madden? What game is it? Less money hungry than modern NBA 2K games when playing online? That should be the baseline for any video game. The Show is the only MLB video game left, and while it isn't a bad game, its development has stagnated recently, and it has a lot of problems. While MLB 2K was never great, World Series Baseball was, and older fans of that series still miss it to this day. Nearly everyone who played MVP baseball misses that awesome series as well. But most of all, we miss competition. It's become a tired narrative on this channel, but it's such an obvious issue with sports video games today. Even if MLB 2K was a roster update every year, it would at least keep San Diego studios on their toes. Despite the fact that the series was never revered past the 90s, the fall of MLB 2K left the sports video game scene worse off. I do hope that more MLB games return now that there is no longer any exclusive license. Even if it's EA in their current state, at the very least, there would be a choice again. And if history is any indication, the show would dramatically improve, as would sports video games as a whole. Thanks for watching.
And he makes both free throws.
One of the things about Donovan Mitchell's game that I love is he's got elite athleticism. There is speed, there's burst, and there's physical strength.
The latest video game war is heating up tonight. Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit stores.
Uhrenwürfel mit 15 Zentimetern im Quadrat.
Well, Rollin, it's all part of a $75 million marketing campaign.
We're just waiting for the GameCube to come out. Everybody's so anxious to play it and everything.
This year, Nintendo is featuring everything from Super Monkey Ball to Play Bridge.
In February 2007, Nintendo quietly ceased production on the GameCube console. After 5.5 years of production and 21 million units sold, it was time to move on. Sony's PlayStation 2 demolished the GameCube in sales, with nearly 6 times as many consoles sold. Microsoft's Xbox also outsold the GameCube, although only by a few million units. While the GameCube was the least popular of the main 3 6th-generation consoles, between its legendary library, impressive power, innovative accessories, and sleek design, the GameCube offered much more than it was given credit for at the time. More powerful than the PS2, and nearly as powerful as the Xbox, despite being half its size, the GameCube was a technical marvel, yet the casual consumer brushed it off as a kid's console. That stigma stuck with the GameCube throughout its life and even extends to today. Between the colorful controller buttons, purple color of the console, miniature discs, and a lunchbox-esque handle, it was easy to see why the GameCube was so easily misjudged. Looking at the GameCube without bias reveals a console that deserved a lot more recognition. The controller was so well designed that every Nintendo console since has backwards compatibility with it, either through a dedicated port or an official adapter. The GameCube was also the first console to master the wireless controller, with the fantastic Wavebird. Game Boy Advance connectivity brought a second screen to many games, a feature that would inspire the core concept of the Wii U. Nearly every classic Nintendo franchise received new titles on the console, from Star Fox to F-Zero to Pokemon to Mario Golf, and many new franchises were created, such as Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Animal Crossing, and Metroid Prime. This is what I consider to be the peak of Nintendo's first-party software output. If the GameCube truly had a fatal flaw, that would be its lack of internet capabilities, something Nintendo is still behind the curve with to this day. That and the inability to play DVDs, which was a major selling point for Sony's PS2. While the GameCube did technically support online gaming with a broadband or modem adapter, only a small number of games supported it. While for the Xbox and PlayStation 2, online play was a staple for most multiplayer games. What is often forgotten is that the GameCube was Nintendo's last truly traditional console. The Wii was basically a GameCube with motion controls and better online support, and sold nearly 5 times as many units. In 2006, during the Wii's initial reveal at E3, then CEO of Nintendo of America, Reggie Fils-Aimé, stated that the feel of the game is what's hot, the look is secondary. And while he ended up being right, there's just something unique about a Nintendo console that wasn't underpowered. By no means was the GameCube a complete failure. Selling over 20 million units is a success, but relative to its competition, the GameCube was considered a disappointment. Today, however, 20 years after the console's initial launch, we can more easily appreciate just how special the console was. With the GameCube, Nintendo truly tried to give players exactly what they wanted. Major criticisms of the Nintendo 64, such as the cartridges, a lack of mature games, and the non-traditional controller design, were all addressed. The GameCube deserved a better reputation, but oftentimes, we don't truly appreciate something until it's gone. In the late 90s, Nintendo had lost its market share to Sony, which really stung considering the two companies almost worked together. While Nintendo had been the king of the 2D era, the 3D era was not going according to plan. The Nintendo 64 was popular, but not as popular as Nintendo was used to their consoles being. Contrary to popular belief, however, this was still a very successful era for Nintendo, as the Game Boy and Game Boy Color were easily the best-selling handhelds, and the 64 did sell 33 million units. When Nintendo started development on their next console, codenamed Dolphin, they ran into some issues. Silicon Graphics, the company behind the CPU in the Nintendo 64, was imploding. The company president resigned after partying too hard in front of potential clients. The founder and CEO of the company had issues, with the founder eventually selling his shares and leaving. Former employees started a new company called ArtX, which was acquired by ATI shortly after, and is now part of AMD. Nintendo hired ArtX to work on the processor for the Dolphin, and the rest was history. At the 1999 E3 conference, Nintendo announced their next-gen console with an expected launch of late 2000. Nintendo was pushing the power of the Dolphin, with Howard Lincoln, former chairman of the company, even going as far to say that the Dolphin's graphics will equal or exceed anything Sony can come up with for the PlayStation 2. After the Nintendo 64 was criticized for using cartridges, the Dolphin made the jump to optical discs, to which the E3 crowd applauded. Despite not showing actual hardware or even any games, the announcement itself was enough to build hype for the system, even after Sony and Sega unveiled their next-gen consoles first. In March of 2000, another challenger approached, Microsoft. The Xbox was created to directly compete with Sony, as well as push online gaming into the mainstream with Xbox Live. Microsoft had tried to acquire Sega, but after Bill Gates opposed the idea, they tried something crazier. They came to Nintendo with an offer to buy the company. After numerous meetings and counter-offers, Microsoft eventually realized it wasn't going to happen, and decided to build their own console in-house. After announcing the Xbox and showing off a prototype, Microsoft approached Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi one last time with another offer to buy or partner with Nintendo. But again, he declined their offer. In the span of a few years, Nintendo had the potential to partner up with both Sony and Microsoft on a console, and their rejection led to the video game landscape we have today.
Taxes, chasing updates, and getting nowhere. Now Taxes is the TurboTax expert, doing it all for you. While keeping you in the loop. So you can keep chasing this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Infinite TurboTax.
Through the pass to Brown. Outside Fox. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Garland. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Allen's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Fires for 3. Aldama with the rebound. Aldama's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Hauser. That one's a little long. And it's Barnes with the ball for the Cleveland Cavaliers. They lead by 1.
At E3 2000, Nintendo offered no new information on the Dolphin. Not wanting to be overshadowed by their competition, Nintendo used their own show, Space World, to announce that the Dolphin was actually called the GameCube, and they finally showed it off, along with games and demos. The GameCube shown at Space World was slightly different than the final version. The controllers had a red start button, a blue A button, and a green B button that was shaped like the X and Y buttons. Here's the final controller design for reference. As for the actual console, the unique cube appearance was nearly identical to the final product, although the announced pink color would be replaced with Spice Orange. A major complaint during the Nintendo 64 era was how Mario was basically the only character in his universe to get games. So Nintendo shocked everyone when they unveiled Luigi's Mansion, a game featuring Luigi as the main character. No Mario title at launch was pretty unexpected, but to many, it was a welcome breath of fresh air. There were some tech demos showing off the GameCube's graphical capabilities, and coming from the Nintendo 64, they looked fantastic. A new Metroid game was teased, and then the grand finale was shown. It was a Zelda demo featuring Link confronting Ganondorf. The art style was very similar to Ocarina of Time, yet looked so much better. The 54,000 people in attendance were in awe, and the GameCube was looking very promising. That said, the console did have its detractors early on. Many felt like the GameCube resembled a childish toy with silly color schemes. In response, Nintendo signed a deal with Capcom for future Resident Evil games, and 2 horror games originally planned for the Nintendo 64, Resident Evil 0 and Eternal Darkness, were transferred to the GameCube. The kids who played Mario when they were 6 are now 28. They still want to play Mario, but they want some other stuff. Our industry has matured. We're like the movie industry. See R-rated movies and M-rated games, said Perrin Kaplan, Vice President of Marketing at the time. At E3 2001, shortly before the GameCube's launch, Shigeru Miyamoto showed off Super Smash Bros. Melee for the first time. which would eventually become an all-time classic. He then showed more of Luigi's Mansion, and then gave a presentation on the final variant of the GameCube controller along with the Wavebird. The Luigi's Mansion demo was very impressive, as the graphics looked very advanced and loading times nearly non-existent. Pikmin was then showed off for the first time, and it was also announced that a non-Japanese developer, Retro Studios, would be working on the new 3D Metroid title. To cap the event off, Nintendo announced a launch price of $199 and a launch date of September 14th in Japan and November 5th in North America. The GameCube was almost ready. Exactly 1 year after announcing the console, Nintendo gave one last presentation for it at Space World 2001. However, they faced some backlash after showing a teaser for a future Zelda game, which would eventually become The Wind Waker. After expecting another Zelda like Ocarina of Time, which was what was basically shown as a demo a year prior, the drastically different art style of the game rubbed people the wrong way, and further drove the idea that the GameCube was a childish console. Miyamoto said that he thought it wasn't wise to talk about something before having the chance to test it. Only playing can you judge a game. After E3 2002, when you all will be able to play with the new Zelda, we will talk again about it. Of course, he ended up being right, as The Wind Waker ended up being one of the greatest games of all time. But the initial backlash was so strong that it ended up affecting the casual perception of the GameCube. Despite the backlash, most people were still excited for the console, as it was not only more powerful than the PlayStation 2, but also was the cheapest console ever released when adjusting for inflation. In Japan, the GameCube released on September 14th with 3 launch titles: Luigi's Mansion, Super Monkey Ball,
Here's Tyson.
And Wave Race Blue Storm.
Altama with the rebound.
And thus far, they've managed to overcome an off game.
Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And the D not really doing its job there. Slow to react to the ball.
While all 3 games were very well received, the launch lineup was criticized for being too small and lacking the firepower that Nintendo 64's launch had. There was no game here on the level of Super Mario 64. A month and a half later, however, Pikmin released, adding another very strong game to the lineup.
Tatum down low. Christie the best to Hauser. And here is Tatum.
Without that killer game, however, the GameCube failed to meet initial sales expectations, and was well behind the PlayStation 2. On November 21st, Super Smash Bros. Melee was released, along with Jet Black and Spice Orange color variants of the console. It worked. Nearly 150,000 consoles were sold.
Unfortunately not.
Here's Tyson.
Contract cannot be considered official. We're going to have to
and the Cavaliers lead
that week alone, and over 350,000 copies of Melee as well. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the US launch ended up being poorly timed. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001 had a serious negative impact on the American public, as well as the economy. Nintendo's share prices had fallen by 12%, and it was simply a bad time to promote a new game console. Although it was postponed by 2 weeks, the GameCube did launch on November 18, 2001 in North America. Nintendo spent $75 million on their marketing budget for the US alone, hoping to compete with their new rival Microsoft. The ads were pretty surreal, with a heavy emphasis on the cube aspect of the console. Unfortunately for Nintendo, Bill Gates spent $500 million on marketing, and even got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to promote the Xbox. The GameCube's launch was actually pretty successful. When adjusted for inflation, the GameCube had a higher first quarter sales than the PS2, Wii U, Xbox 360, PS3, and many other consoles of the past and future. Unfortunately, however, the Xbox sold even more, 1.53 million units compared to the GameCube's 1.26 million. The GameCube's greatest strength was its library. Eventually, in 2002,
Rebound, Boston.
the GameCube got its flagship Mario game, Super Mario Sunshine, which was praised at launch.
Look at the clock. The Riddler is 3.5 minutes gone here on the board. That's a floater go, and the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Here's Garland picks one up. Hey guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Cavaliers?
I'm in love with how they were moving the basketball all game long. And also
The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, ended up being a massive hit. Despite the initial backlash, the game sold very well and was loved by critics and players.
Cavaliers making a switch here. Allen's checked in. And the second free throw, good.
Other great games for the system include Metroid Prime 1 and 2, Resident Evil 4, originally a GameCube exclusive, The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess, Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door, Mario Kart, Double Dash, Soul Calibur 2, Pikmin 2, Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, F-Zero GX, Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, Kirby Air Ride, Beyond Good and Evil, Super Monkey Ball 2, Skies of Arcadia, Tales of Symphonia, Beautiful Joe, Super Mario Strikers, Mario Toadstool Tour, the Baten Kaitos titles. What's crazy is that I'm just scratching the surface of the GameCube's library with this selection of games. The sheer quantity of 9 out of 10 and 10 out of 10 quality titles is what makes the game such a great console. In its 6-year span, the system received some of the greatest video games ever created. Let's take a look at the GameCube controller. It may look unorthodox in appearance, but in hand it fits perfectly and is incredibly ergonomic. The analog and digital trigger buttons were the standout. The L and R buttons could be pushed down all the way for a click, which was a digital input. But pushing the buttons down with varying pressure gave developers options to use analog controls for games. For example, in racing games, the R button was commonly used for acceleration. The A button was centered and was the most used button for accepting inputs. For some people, the design of these face buttons was a turn-off, and it was common for people to prefer third-party titles on the PlayStation 2 with the DualShock 2 controller. However, upon getting used to the GameCube controller's design, it is, in my opinion, much better than Sony's. Clicking A easily and then sliding your finger up, left, or right from the A button for Y, B, or X was incredibly pleasing. You don't have to look down at the controller due to the unique shape and position of each button. PlayStation controller or identical. Of course, every modern system is similar to Sony's. The positioning of the buttons on the GameCube controller was the best there ever was. It just takes some getting used to. The analog control stick was also fantastic. The ridge around the control stick was an octagon, and gave the stick 8 sharp points to rest in. This allowed for incredibly precise movements, helped with muscle memory, and in games like Super Monkey Ball 2, the GameCube version ends up being superior because the PlayStation 2 controller lacks that precision with its control stick. There's a reason the GameCube controller is still the controller of choice for competitive Smash players, as it's one of the most precise and comfortable controllers ever created. Its only downsides are its lackluster D-pad, which is pretty poor for 2D games, only having one bumper button, and the C-stick, which has a very small top leading to less precise inputs. The console itself was taller than its competition, but much smaller overall, and it had some cool technical aspects, such as a dedicated digital output chip. The original version of the GameCube has a digital out port, which can be used to output a 480p resolution with component cables, compared to the fuzzy 480i displayed from the regular composite cables. Even in 480i, the component cables look considerably better. I play my GameCube on a CRT TV, and through the component cables the picture quality is terrific. Of course, on a modern flat-screen TV, the image is going to be stretched across millions of pixels, resulting in a worse-looking image and input lag. But when playing on a TV the GameCube was meant to be played on, it's easy to see just how powerful the system was for its time. While only $30 at the time, today the GameCube's component cables over $2 due to how they are. GameCube removed the digital port entirely, but for those models that had it, the graphics the system put out were very impressive. Games like F-Zero GX still look impressive today. The GameCube featured a handle on the back, which was pretty unique. The Game Boy player was basically a Game Boy Advance that needed to be attached to the bottom of the GameCube for power. This allowed you to play Game Boy games on the GameCube on your TV, which was a cool feature, although it wasn't as feature-rich as the Super Game Boy from the SNES era. There was also a Game Boy Link cable accessory, allowing you to connect your Game Boy Advance to the GameCube. This gave you a second screen for some games, unlocked different items, and could also be used as a controller for the Game Boy player. Games like The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures took full advantage of this feature. Popular accessories included the GameCube microphone, used mostly for Mario Party titles. There was a 2006 game titled Odama that used the microphone to control your army. The game is essentially a feudal Japan-themed pinball game, a very unique concept that has slipped under the radar today. The DK bongos were used for the Donkey Konga games and a few other Donkey Kong titles. Think of Atari Hero, but with bongos and a Nintendo theme. Tori released a controller meant for the Game Boy player in Japan, which features an improved D-pad. It's shaped just like a Super Nintendo controller, only with GameCube buttons and button placement. A few different revisions of the GameCube released, including special editions based on games. The main colors were Indigo, Jet Black, and Platinum, with limited gold releases and Spice Orange in Japan.
Kicks it out to Mitchell. Oh, good on the triple.
Despite its early success, GameCube sales plummeted after the first year. During the holiday season, sales would spike back up, but each year that spike would be smaller, and sales throughout the rest of the year were just not great. By 2006, the GameCube was barely selling at all, and then the Wii released and gave Nintendo the market share back. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the PlayStation 2 and Xbox simply received more third-party support. And while the Xbox barely sold more than the GameCube, the PS2 blew both of them away. It had more third-party games, better online support, and was simply the most popular option. By beating both Nintendo and Microsoft to market, and avoiding Sega's mistakes with the failed Dreamcast, the PlayStation 2 dominated. And so, Nintendo's last powerful console died a quiet death. Its last big release was The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, which was the Zelda game fans seemed to want all along, using the GameCube's power to create a realistic-looking Zelda game, rather than the cel-shaded look of The Wind Waker. The game's release was delayed, however, and ended up being a Wii launch title with motion controls, but it also released on the GameCube so Nintendo could keep their promise. The last GameCube game released was Madden NFL 08, and then it was over. Despite its death in 2007, the GameCube remains relatively popular today, if underappreciated. The re-release of GameCube controllers for Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate sold very well, and Super Smash Bros. Melee is still the most widely played competitive Smash title. Tournaments today, in 2021, still use GameCube controllers and CRT TVs. It's easy to see the GameCube's influence on future Nintendo hardware. For one, the Wii was essentially a GameCube, only with a new controller. Both consoles are nearly identical power-wise. The original Wii model was backwards compatible with GameCube games, and also had 4 GameCube controller ports. Many games like Mario Kart Wii and Super Smash Bros. Brawl allowed use of the GameCube controller in place of the Wii mode. The Wii U featured a gamepad controller with a screen. When looking at the GameCube with a Game Boy Advance connected, it's easy to see the parallels. Without the Wii U, we wouldn't have the Switch today. The GameCube's influence goes beyond surface level. Nintendo's decision to go all in on the GameCube rather than team up with Microsoft helped create the video game landscape we see today. This era was crucial for setting up the future. It was the beginning of Sony's domination, the nail in the coffin for powerful Nintendo consoles, and it brought us the rise of Microsoft's Xbox. When it released, the GameCube was a powerful console, capable of producing some of the greatest graphics ever seen in video games. It had incredible first-party releases, and has arguably the greatest library of any console ever. So what went wrong? Unfortunately, the timing of its release, along with public perception misjudging the console based on its colorful design, led to underwhelming sales, which resulted in a lack of third-party support, which caused Nintendo to switch gears radically with the Wii. However, the GameCube was simply genius. It was a small, compact, and modern design that has aged well. It had innovative accessories, a fantastic controller, and gave the world some of Nintendo's greatest works of art. While on the surface it may seem like a disappointment, if you owned the GameCube, you had an extraordinary time. The most important part of a game console is its library of games, and the GameCube had too many classics to count. While the GameCube is dead, its community isn't, and its legacy is immortal. It may have never gotten the recognition it deserved, but as time moves forward, more and more people are starting to realize just how awesome every console from that 6th generation was. In the early online era, when games needed to be fully polished and complete to release, split-screen multiplayer was still alive, and studios were pumping out all-time classics. We likely didn't realize just
We are looking for gamers who want to learn how to become the new testers, designers, and programmers. If any of these
EA's NHL series has had the legendary NHL 94, to what many players would say is the greatest game in the series, NHL 2004, to NHL 14, what I consider to be the last great NHL game. But then NHL 15 brought the series to the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and in the process, EA stripped away a ton of features, game modes, and more, causing fan outrage. Season mode, gone. Online BHGM mode, gone. EA Sports Hockey League and online team play, gone. Instead you had Ultimate Team and a shallow, poor excuse for a $60 game. Not only that, but gameplay regressed, and the series was set up for failure. Every game that followed was looked upon harshly by critics, and was bashed even harder by the player base. Every year, it seemed like EA was simply putting out the same game, with a lack of attention to detail with things such as uniform errors, inaccurate player faces, and more fronts. Compared to the TV and tweaks on animations, while all of EA's other sports games had already moved on to next gen, the NHL games were still only on PS4 and Xbox One until this year. and the game was also using EA's old Ignite engine until, again, this year. Fans of the series are used to collect if they have no other. While EA doesn't own the exclusive NHL rights, they are the only company making a licensed game, as 2K ended their series after NHL 2K11. Yet it seems like EA doesn't even care about the franchise, allocating as few resources as possible to the game. It seems like the series has shifted more towards focusing on HUT, Hockey Ultimate Team, because that's where the money is. What is an EA sports game if not fully priced with a ton of pay-to-win microtransactions? For nearly the last decade, NHL games have been bad. However, recently it seems like EA has started moving the series in the right direction. While the newly released NHL 22, the first game on next-gen consoles, isn't a great game now, it's an improvement with better graphics and vastly better gameplay. The game is basically the same as NHL 21, however, and now that it's using the Frostbite engine, people are already experiencing game-breaking glitches, following in the footsteps of every other EA Sports title. However, for now,
I can't do 200.
NHL 22 appears to be better than every release since 14, but the bar really isn't that high to cross. Long gone are the days of the gems like NHL 04 or 14. Instead of building upon the solid base they had built, EA stripped the game to its core and started fresh, resulting mallow, straight up bad boots. Well, they're hopeful for sure. Say that for now, EA's NHL series has fallen off and hard. Let's go back in time. In 1991, EA released NHL Hockey, the very first hockey game made by EA. The game was a hit, and actually helped bring a lot of attention to the NHL in other countries. The success and reputation of John Madden Football made every EA Sports game a must-buy, and NHL Hockey lived up to it, and is commonly referred to as one of the greatest games ever released for the Sega Genesis. A year later, NHL PA Hockey 93 released. However, this game didn't feature the NHL license, only the players. It's a bit confusing because NHL is technically in the title, but NHL PA simply means the Players Association, aka EA got rights to the players, but not the league or teams. Instead of playing with the New York Islanders, for example, you'd simply play with Long Island. While team colors looked similar, there were no logos or emblems to be found, but despite this, it was still a great game and continued improving upon NHL Hockey, with a port to the Super Nintendo, as well as adding a playoff mode. Game Informer actually listed the NBA Hockey as their 20th best game ever made in a list. However, it wasn't until the next year when we got something truly special. This game is widely regarded as the best video game for me, and has even been re-released EA multiple times with its roster. EA actually the NBA license and they released to critical acclaim. EA booked the game out of the Eras to hockey game was the camera used a pass style of showing a side view of the field. NHL 9 uses EA vertical camera using their other gameplay you play is more added a ton of features such as the new game modes, including the shootout mode, and even team-specific star after goals or at the start of a period, such as when the same lose. At the time of its release, NHL 94 groundbreaking. No other hockey game had ever come close. You could even in this game. Thursday, people still love the game. It's even impacts on Jeremy Roenick, a senator in 1988 and 9, credited N94 for launching him into his stardom. Because he's so popular and loved, and is one of the best players in this game, he became a household name. The NBA is in the mainstream, one of the most important sports games of all time. NHL 95, similar to Tweaks, just the ability to release as well as advanced stat tracking, new injury animations, and faster gameplay speed.
It's a three-point game. Oh, there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Front style slices and sticks for $4.99 from Little Caesars. 2 delicious slices and 4 beer.
He's forcing the defense to foul.
96 released to even more critical acclaim. This is another title that many consider to be the GOAT of the series. Gameplay saw a massive improvement with more options for offensive and defensive play. This was the first version of the game to be truly 3D, but only on the MS-DOS version. As you can see, this game looks amazing for its time. This is from 1995. It seemed EA was dropping the greatest hockey game ever with every single release. It's actually kind of insane to think about. Every release to this point was fantastic, even the very first game, and they just kept getting better. This was a franchise to be excited about.
This is John Davidson. Welcome to EA Sports Hockey Night. We have a great matchup for you here tonight. The fans are fired up and the players are on the ice and ready to go. So let's play some
NHL 97 released in 1996, and on next-gen consoles such as the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn. This was the last game to feature a goaltender on the cover until NHL 14. It was well received, although not as highly as the previous games due to some graphical glitches and a lack of innovation on the older-gen version. NHL 98 was some small improvements, notably the introduction of the National Olympic Team. 99 and 2000 were more or less the same game. While the series was still getting good reviews, it seemed like EA had simply stopped trying to push the envelope, and they appeared to be focusing more and more on their other sports titles. After years of huge improvement after huge improvement, fans were starting to feel disappointed. EA simply released roster updates and coasted on their reputation to maintain sales. NHL 2001, however, was the new games players had been waiting for. As the first installment on the PlayStation 2, the game had a massive graphical upgrade. It introduced the momentum bar where teams gained momentum over another after scoring goals or big hits. And the game was loved by critics and fans alike, putting EA's NHL series back on the charts. It wasn't perfect, as it lacked the polish of the PlayStation 1 version, but for a first attempt for a 6th generation console, it was impressive. The next game, NHL 2002, wasn't a huge improvement, but it was the first game on Xbox and the Game Boy Advance. The GBA version was simply a port of NHL 96 from the SNES with updated rosters, which was pretty cool for a handheld title. The game received good reviews once again, however some criticized the game's defensive controls and AI. NHL
and Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page.
2003 was another small improvement, with the only new feature of note being the Game Breaker feature, which activated after a player performs enough dekes or big hits and is basically an improvement on NHL 2001's momentum bar. But it wasn't until NHL 2004 that we received the next great NHL title. 2004 focused heavily on improving gameplay, with more real puck and rebound control, as well as vastly improved checking. This made a massive difference and helped bring the series back to its former glory. This was the first title actually to feature Dynasty Mode, and after winning the Stanley Cup, players would have a massive celebration which wasn't seen before. They would skate around the ice holding the cup up high, and then the entire team would take a photo, as is tradition in the NHL. These additions made NHL 2004 arguably the best NHL game ever, and today many still hold it in high regard. After stumbling around for a console generation, EA finally got it together, and put in the time and effort to create something truly special. The rest of the next generation of NHL games were pretty similar to 2004, but NHL 06 notably had NHL 94 built into the game as a game mode, which was pretty cool. The next generation of NHL games were pretty decent, and with NHL 10, the series once again received critical acclaim. 10 added a massive load of new features, including Battle of the Boards, intimidation tactics, post-whistle action, a first-person fighting engine, spectacular goals, precision passing, improved goalie AI, interactive atmosphere, via GM mode, and Battle for the Cup mode. That's a pretty insane jump from NHL 9, which featured none of this. The game has an 88 out of 100 Metacritic score, as well as numerous reviews giving the game a 9 out of 10 or higher. NHL 10, like NHL 04 before it, is another all-time classic in the series, and it seemed like EA had once again gotten back on track. But then, NHL 11 came out. And don't get me wrong, 11 was also a great game. Actually, another large improvement over the previous game. It featured a brand new design to replace the old animation-based It's a great game, and received great reviews, averaging at around a 9 out of 10, just like NHL 10. There was one more new addition to NHL 11, however, Ultimate Team.
Allen can't get it to go. Celtics trail by 3.
For those unaware, sports games used to be about simulating what you would see on TV. You pick a team and play against other teams, going through seasons in Dynasty mode, playing through a career mode, and when you spend $60 on a game, you got the entire game. There was nothing else to buy. Ultimate Team came along in the 2010s in every EA Sports title, which is a virtual trading card game mode. It actually sounds cool in theory. You pay what you open. The player cards you get are used in the game as actual players, and you basically build a team by earning in-game currency, buying packs, and using those unpacked players to fill out your roster. The game mode has a sinister flaw: microtransactions.
And here's Brown for three.
Add auto.
The rebound goes to Cleveland.
Now I'm going to chop up our will.
And here's Garland. No
Microtransactions. While games today like Fortnite or Rocket League feature microtransactions, the games are not only free to play, but you can only buy cosmetic items that don't give you a competitive advantage. In sports games, Ultimate Team allows players to buy packs for hundreds of dollars in a game that already costs full price. And then you play online with the teams you bought. Only spend $60 on the base game? Watch as you get destroyed online by someone with a financial advantage over you. Pay money to be competitive, spend way too many hours grinding to be competitive for free, or get destroyed online. That's what Ultimate Team is. And while it can be fun, it's pretty clear that it's a predatory game mode when you break it down. When EA added it to NHL 11, it really didn't seem like a big deal. But as EA saw with its FIFA series, Ultimate Team can make them a lot of money. In fact, even more money than actual game sales. So Ultimate Team and online gameplay became the focus for EA. While offline modes like Dynasty or career modes are left in the dust. It makes sense from a business perspective, but not from an ethical one. Games marketed towards almost all ages, including children, that offer a way to gamble real money on packs, almost like a slot machine, are something I personally despise. Unfortunately, EA took its NHL series down this route. That said, the impending doom of Ultimate Team's shadow didn't affect the game's development early on, as NHL 12 vastly improved the Be a Pro mode and made some nice tweaks to gameplay, including more goalie interaction. The game was well received, but not as well received as 11. Reviewers and the player base were starting to notice cheese, where there were certain techniques that made scoring way too easy. In a game where people can pay real money for their team and play online, that's not exactly what you want to see. Nevertheless, the game was still pretty good overall. 13 was another big step for the series, and at the time was the best-selling NHL game to date. New features included improved AI, true performance skating, which was a new skating engine based on physics, an improved rating system, team-first presentation, GM Connected, which was an online version of Be a GM, NHL Moments Live, where you could recreate historic moments in the sport, an improved EA Sports Hockey League, and some tweaks all around. The game continued to receive good reviews from critics, and then the series peaked. NHL 14, an incredible game, and the end of an era. The game engine was changed once again. EA borrowed the Fight Night engine for fights and collision physics from FIFA, resulting in the best-playing NHL game of all time. The new deking system is fantastic. Be a Pro mode got expanded so you could control your character's life off the ice. It featured an NHL 94 anniversary mode, an NBC license, and more. While at the time critics weren't going crazy over the game, it still got good reviews and has aged very well, mostly due in part to what followed. I would call NHL 14 a truly great sports game, and it's right up there with NHL 2004. I have a video on the game specifically if you want to check that out. You've probably noticed a pattern by now. EA releases great NHL game after a great NHL game, then stutters a little, then bounces back. However, each bounce back was shorter and shorter. NHL 14 was great and didn't give fans any reason to expect the series to just die. But unfortunately, well, you saw the title of this video.
So Tatum nails both of them.
Everyone hates NHL 15, at least the next-gen version. While the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 versions of the game was more or less the same as 14, the Xbox One and PS5 version was atrocious. So many steps backwards, so little steps forward. So many features were removed or lost in the constant transition, resulting in a shallow mess of a game that set the series up for future failure. Online team play? Gone. EA Sports Hockey League? Gone. 2 of the 3
outside.
just wiped from existence. That's not even the worst part. EA removed Season Mode, a long-time staple of the series. VIA GM Mode returned, only in a bare-bones state with numerous features missing. And VIA GM Online was now gone as well. VIA Pro was also cleaned of all debt, and now you simply created a player and he was automatically on NHL Team of the Sun. That's it. Graphically, the game looked great, but gameplay was cheesy and glitchy. It was clear what EA was doing. Remove everything from the game to force the player base to pay more Ultimate Team, which then makes them more money because the mode is pay to win. Your $60 purchase isn't enough anymore. Not only does spending $60 not give you a deep game, you need to pay a lot more just to be competitive online in HUD. The closest comparison I can find to this is when EA released Madden 13, missing many features from Madden 12 and older games, and the series still hasn't recovered. That happened to NHL games too, only a couple years later, a familiar pattern for a series EA loves to neglect. Critics panned the game, as it had a 60 out of 100 average Metacritic score, as well as a 3.7 out of 10 user score. The community was divided among those making excuses for EA, aka the people who only play HUD and don't care about game modes or depth, and those rightfully unhappy with a terrible product that cost at least $60 to play. NHL 16 brought back a few of those removed features such as EA Sports Hockey League and online team play, but the game was still a far cry from NHL 14. Of course, much of the player base was swindled by EA into thinking that this was a good game.
Taxes, chasing, getting nowhere.
Much of the player base was swindled by EA into thinking that this was a good game, simply because it was an improvement from NHL 15. That's like me feeding you a sandwich that's been sitting in the sun for 30 days, and then the next day, I give you a sandwich that's been sitting in the sun for 15 days. Sure, the second sandwich is going to be a lot better, but it's still garbage. For those looking for a good NHL experience, NHL Legacy Edition was basically NHL 15 or 14 from the previous generation with a roster update. The diehards kept their PS3s and Xbox 360s out for this instead. The game basically stayed the same until NHL 19, which most fans of the series would say was the first decent NHL game in a while. Featuring some fresh new game modes and improved gameplay, 19 wasn't a bad option if you had been skipping NHL games since 15. However, some reused assets and outdated presentation made the game feel a bit stale at times, almost like you'd already played it before. NHL 20 had a similar feeling, only much stronger. The community gave this game a 3.7 out of 10 Metacritic user score, and for good reason. It was basically a roster update, still running on EA's old engine, and it just gave off the impression that EA was done caring about its once-beloved franchise. All the popular game modes were untouched, but Ultimate Team was as alive as ever, making EA as much money as ever. NHL 21 is probably the worst game in the series. Despite releasing in 2020, it looks awful. Look at a comparison between NHL 21 and NHL 15. How does 15 look that much better? Did they intentionally make the graphics look bad, so the following year when they went to next gen, they could make the graphics look next gen? The game was a complete downgrade from NHL 20, which wasn't even that great of a game as it was basically a roster update of 19. VIA Pro got some upgrades, but the mode still felt lacking, especially compared to what we saw in the past, or compared to what other sports games like MLB The Show or NBA 2K were doing. Gameplay was glitchy and buggy, with a ton of exploits, and the community was starting to realize that user controls didn't really matter that much. Ice Tilt, aka Dynamic Difficulty Adjustment, was released in an EA document, and despite EA denying its existence, it feels very real. Basically, when a worse team plays a better team, or a lower skilled opponent plays a higher skilled one, the game will cheat with its AI to force the game to be closer than it should be. When people started to figure this out, they wondered why they should even bother playing online. To top that off, the defensive AI was clueless. The puck bounced around unrealistically, and the menus were outdated and slow. The game was simply tedious to play and received a 2.2 out of 10 user score on Metacritic. It was fair to say that the series had fallen off hard. Despite 19 showing some promise, it still wasn't anything special or even good, and the game was still missing features found in titles from the previous console generation and below. EA's once great franchise one that helped popularize the NHL, one that former players credited for their fame, was now a soulless cash grab. NHL 22 just released, and I've been playing it myself. EA must have noticed how unhappy their player base had become, or they were intentionally releasing bad games so that they had an easy bar to cross. Because this year's game is much better. While the game modes in depth are practically unchanged, on the next-gen version of 22, gameplay is actually pretty good. This game is easily the best NHL title since 14. However, that's, again, not a very high bar to cross. The game is plagued by bugs.
The Cavaliers have gone 7 of 16 so far.
And glitches. But that could hopefully be fixed in future updates. Time will tell, but so far 22 does look to be a big step forward. Again, game depth is still shallow. However, compared to other EA Sports titles like the last NBA Live and Madden, the last two NHL games actually look pretty deep in comparison. That's not a compliment, however, as those other two franchises are as shallow as can be, and older NHL games on worse hardware offered more. And the modes that are present in the game are as buggy as the gameplay, with stats and scores being tracked incorrectly, as well as dumb typos and an overall lack of polish. X Factors are surprisingly fresh and fun, however, and if EA builds upon this game, we could have some great titles soon. The game is 100% a better start to a new console generation than NHL 15. For many, 22 will be the best they've played in a long time.
Assists in the game, and normally Mitchell wants his shot head on. Give him the corner, and he will adapt. Here's Christie. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet.
A long time. And while that's a good thing, it's not a great game. Coming from a game as bad as NHL 21, it isn't that hard to show improvement and please casual fans. There is at least promise for the future, however, which you couldn't have said last year. The NHL series has a long and storied history. Longtime fans hope for a return to form, and it may be coming soon. For now, however, the NHL series has become another unpolished and shallow mess of an EA Sports game, plagued by glitches and microtransactions. Hopefully the positives of NHL 22 are a sign of things to come, as the hockey community deserves a great game. Thanks for watching.
Design rooms at a resort hotel. Tap select Amiibo to get out of
Today, there is one NHL video game, EA's NHL 22, with NHL 23 around the corner. While NHL 22 is an improvement over recent games, it's still a far cry from where NHL games used to be. Back in the day, EA actually put a lot of resources into their NHL games and consistently delivered a competitive product. This was thanks to some heavy competition from the underrated NHL 2K games. You see, 2K's NHL series may seem like a failure on the surface, with most games in the series garnering average review scores from critics, culminating with a quiet cancellation. But to the hardcore NHL fans, to the offline franchise player, to the hockey sim heads of the world, the loss of NHL 2K was devastating. And to the casual hockey fans, while it may not be obvious, the stagnation of EA's NHL titles post-NHL 14 is a direct result of that lack of competition. By no longer existing, NHL 2K couldn't be a threat to EA, so EA quit trying. When NHL 2K11 released only on the Wii, EA also released an NHL game for the Wii. When 2K announced that there would be no NHL 2K12, EA sent half of their NHL development team to another studio to cut costs. When companies like EA are motivated only by profit, competition is the only thing that can turn out an innovative product. Looking back at these 2K NHL games, you'll notice features and details that you never expect in a hockey game if you're used to EA's recent titles. From the incredible presentation of later NHL 2K games, to the insanely deep franchise mode, to the more realistic gameplay, 2K's NHL games were actually pretty good. If you were an offline player, these games were clearly king. And importantly, EA's NHL games were in a much better state than they are today while 2K was in the market. EA's games were always easier to pick up and play and tuned more towards the arcade side, with a major focus on online play. Their games were more accessible and were a lot more popular. And while 2K's games had more attention to detail and simulation-style gameplay, unfortunately not enough people were buying them. 2K canceled the series not because the games were bad, but because they weren't selling enough copies despite their quality. Even if you preferred EA's NHL games, 2K being a factor made those better. 2K returning today would make the entire genre better. Let's take a look back through the history of 2K's NHL series. This is the story of the rise and fall of one of the most underrated franchises in sports gaming history. After releasing NFL 2K and NBA 2K, both to critical acclaim, Sega needed to create an NHL title for its new Dreamcast console. Expectations were incredibly high, as both of Sega's other two sports games were fantastic. After a long development cycle with help from Black Box, Sega released NHL 2K right around the All-Star break, and it was a hit. At that point in time, EA's NHL games were starting to feel a bit repetitive, so Sega created a legitimate threat. While EA's game at the time was still deeper, 2K's gameplay blew EA's away. This was one of the first hockey games to utilize an analog stick for most controls. Instead of simply pressing a button to skate backwards in other hockey games, you control your player with the stick while the game automatically positions him in a defensive stance. You also had much more control over aiming your shot, as you could aim the analog stick after pressing the shoot button to aim, similar to the maximum passing in 2K's NFL games. For some, this control scheme was seen as a negative for being too simplistic compared to the many button pressing combinations of previous NHL games. But for many, these controls revolutionized the genre. The game's AI was very solid, and the overall gameplay was very true to life. If you were new to the sport, it was nice to be able to turn on and off rules like offsides and icing, and be able to set your offensive style to aggressive, for example, for a faster, more fun experience. For hardcore fans, you could set the game to all pro and watch as you get crushed by CPU enforcers, the puck stolen from you, goals scored on you, and more. This was a tough game, and while casual players may have found it too challenging at the higher difficulties and stuff that EA is offering, those who were heavily invested in the sport itself appreciated 2K's more sim-like approach. The best graphics and player models ever seen in a hockey game yet at that point in time helped 2K deliver a great first hockey game. NHL 2K1, however, was a story. It never released. The Dreamcast wasn't selling very well, and 2K needed to focus on its more popular NFL and NBA offerings while they pushed their next NHL game to 2002. NHL 2K2 was actually the last game ever released for the underrated Sega Dreamcast console. And it was such a good game that die-hard NHL fans kept playing their now discontinued console for at least another year. Taking the engine of NHL 2K and improving it was a great obvious move. The first game was a very solid foundation, but was missing some of the little details and features found in EA's games. Here it comes. Poke checks, shot deflections, the ability to protect the puck, and improved goalie AI were 2K's new gameplay additions. The amount of care and effort put into the game was clearly evident. NHL games are not huge sellers compared to NBA or NFL games, so the fact that 2K was actually trying this hard proved that they hired the right people. AI was improved a lot, and each player felt like a unique individual. This was a realistic, low-scoring hockey game that casual fans could learn a lot from, and die-hard fans would truly appreciate. 2K2 released 2 years after NHL 2K, and the result was arguably the greatest playing hockey game ever made up to that point. The only real downside to 2K2 was the lack of a franchise mode, an area where EA was still far ahead. For the next release, now that the Dreamcast was dead, Sega brought the game to the Xbox, PlayStation 2, and GameCube. While EA was used to being the hockey king since the Sega Genesis days, now 2K was right on their heels, and to some, it was a better game already. With NHL 2K3, Sega took that next step and added a franchise zone. And while it wasn't anything crazy, it was a solid foundation, with each team having a budget, the ability to choose which players to dress or scratch more relevant, and great stat tracking. However, 2K3 wasn't perfect. Presentation was pretty lacking, and the franchise mode wasn't nearly as deep as EA's. Still, 2K was solidifying its place as the sim NHL game when it came to gameplay, while EA's was more casual. And interestingly, this was the first NHL game with online capability. The presentation complaints were fixed in ESPN NHL Hockey, aka NHL 2K4. For the first time, 2K released an NHL game prior to the beginning of the actual NHL season. Nearly anything can be done in this game. Gameplay and AI were improved further, while the main issues of 2K3 were addressed, resulting in one of the greatest NHL games ever made. Of course, EA released NHL 2004 that year, which was also one of the greatest NHL games ever made. This was a great time to be an NHL fan, as both companies were pumping out quality titles that somehow kept getting better and better. Franchise mode was drastically improved visually in 2K4, but still needed some work. Skills and minigames were new additions, offering fun challenges like those held during the NHL All-Star Weekend, as well as other minigames that aren't. ESPN presentation sealed the deal with the best commentary ever seen in a hockey game at that point in time. If you remember the crib in NFL 2K games, well, it's basically here as well, only it's called the Skybox. You can deck it out with awards, trophies, and unlockables. The game had a ton of really unique classic jerseys to unlock, and between those and some classic teams like the '94 Rangers, you had some legitimate incentives to keep playing. At this point in time, most 2K games followed a similar formula. Replicate the sport it's based off of as accurately as possible. That was 2K's thing. And while the strategy might not be the most popular one, it was incredible for those who truly appreciated the sport of hockey. In 2004, with an NHL lockout looming, some were uncertain about whether there even would be an NHL 2K5, but there was, and it was only $19.99, just like every other 2K sports game from that year. Sales skyrocketed, and NHL 2K finally became a mainstream NHL title. Franchise mode finally got the attention it needed. Now you could hire staff, manage player contracts, scout for new players, and much more. 2K5 also featured the Heritage Classic, the first time an official outdoor stadium was used in an NHL game. While EA's NHL 2005 was a decent game, NHL 2K5 was simply the greatest 3D hockey game ever made at that point in time. Harder hits, more intelligent AI, even more realistic gameplay, and now a very deep franchise mode, and for only $20. This was easily the NHL game to buy. There was no cheese back then either. To score, you really had to apply hockey strategies, otherwise you'd have a lot of trouble. This was one of the greatest sports video games ever made. NHL 2K6 released with an even better franchise mode, gameplay improvements, and another $20 price tag on the older gen system. However, it wasn't better than 2K5 in my opinion, as it had an ugly menu redesign, much worse commentary, some new bugs and bad goalies. But overall, it was still a great game. With 2K accomplishing nearly everything they needed to on the 6th generation of consoles, it was time to work on a next-gen game. For the first time in a while, though, 2K's newest NHL game felt a little rushed. 2K6 on the 360 was still good, don't get me wrong, but compared to NBA 2K6 on the Xbox 360, it's clear where most of 2K's budget went that year. The game didn't feel next-gen enough, with HD graphics that looked pretty similar to the last-gen version, some slight gameplay tweaks and features that kind of felt slapped on last minute, and a $60 price tag. Why buy the next-gen version for $60 when you could play basically the same game for only $20 on the old console? With NHL 2K7, however, 2K found its footing on the newer console. This game truly looked and felt new and fresh, unlike 2K6, which felt like an HD port. A new presentation feature called Cinemotion was incredible. as it stripped away commentary in favor of dramatic orchestra music, your coach hyping up the team, loud in-game sounds, player chatter, big hits, and more. If you're losing, for example, the music becomes somber. But if you're gaining momentum, the music starts to kick up and get more exciting. It feels like you're in a 30 for 30 documentary when you play with Cinemotion on, which can be turned off if it's not your thing. 2K7 also introduced a new camera angle that changed the game forever. It's a parametric view that has more of an angle than your average top-down perspective, and it turns and zooms based on what's happening on the ice. This was ahead of its time and would be the blueprint for all future NHL games. Gameplay additions included a new drop pass button and a new pressure control scheme. But besides that, it was pretty similar to NHL 2K6. That wasn't a bad thing, as 2K6 had fantastic gameplay, and now with improved graphics, presentation, and depth, 2K7 was a great improvement overall. To many, NHL 2K is the best game in the series, and maybe even the greatest NHL game ever made. 2K's simulation gameplay got even better and arguably hit its peak. The new Pro Stick control scheme was very similar to EA's innovative new controls from NHL 07, and it gave the player even more control over the most realistic playing hockey games. Now you can control your hockey stick with the right analog stick for full user control. When shooting, you can hit R1 for a wrister or L2 with R1 for a slap shot. And man, was this control magnificent. Franchise mode was getting really deep at this point, with players needing to be kept happy, angry emails from your owner if your team was underperforming. And you even got to negotiate with player agents. 2K8 was simply an all-time
That control scheme was debatable, but we're not going to do that.
You can't block it. Sending him to the line can be the next best thing. Boston shooting their 7th and 8th free throw attempts in the game.
For a while, Visual Concepts was getting help from another development studio, Kush Games, now known as 2K Los Angeles. Despite how incredible NHL 2K's offline depth and gameplay had become, EA's NHL series was still the sales king, and 2K just wasn't making as much money anymore. For NHL 2K9 and 2K10, Kush Games was no longer working on the game to cut costs. 2K9 was a step back to some, but still a great game. The biggest change was to gameplay. Without the help of Kush Games, the sim-like approach was changed to a more accessible approach, with 2K hoping to get some of
Sid Meier's Civilization, the game series that lets you build the pyramids in New York, upgrade your cavalry into helicopters, and then nuke France.
Yes.
Civilization. What a great game series.
Right.
But who the hell is Sid Meier? It recently occurred to me. I've put 1,000 hours into this guy's games.
But don't know who the guy is.
Really know who it is. I am
Today we learned
that he was a real man who made video games.
I thought he was a
I
guy.
have met multiple people who thought he was just like a company mascot. Sid Meier. Mario Golf, that kind of thing. First of all, I assure you, he is a very real man. But I've been playing a lot of Civ lately, and while I was, I started thinking to myself that with how much entertainment he's provided me, the least I could do is learn who he really is and what he's about. So, I read articles, I watched interviews, I got a copy of the man's book, and it turns out there is some really entertaining stuff in here that I want to tell you. I'm going to tell you about the strange connection that Robin Williams has to Sid Meier in his game. I'm going to do some internet archaeology on the Nuclear Gandhi meme and its origin.
Nuclear Gandhi!
Legal battle.
Nuclear Gandhi is real. Nuclear Gandhi is real. Play as India. Play as India and you'll understand what I mean. Nuclear Gandhi is real.
Hasbro, of all companies, owned the rights to Civilization for a bit. That is, before Sid activated his secret weapon to get the rights back. I don't know what to call this, but if you guys like it, maybe I'll come up with a series name and I can talk about other
The game dev documentary.
Comment below for what other devs you'd like me to talk about and what I should call this thing. Game dev doc rock out. Let's get on with it. relax, make yourself some tea, and I'm going to tell you a story about the legendary game designer who created civilization as we know it.
Keep possession.
1 billion flight.
The first thing you need to understand about Sid Meier is this. Much in the same way that your dad just wants to drill, Sid has always just wanted to make games. He got a job out of college working for General Instruments, who was an electronics manufacturer at the time. And they told him to work on the thrilling business of network register systems. He was grateful. Did a good job, of course, but he couldn't help himself from making little games on the company network where interested coworkers could play. The first sign that he knew what he was doing was when he made the Star Trek game in 1979. He only shared it with a few interested coworkers at first, but it spread so fast that eventually so many people were playing it that
Sid Meier's Civilization is the best series ever.
General Instrument Network. Even the manager
not even
had to tell him to donate
not even
games.
I didn't
We're
say
playing
it's the
it
best series ever.
So,
It's the best
what a
series
compelling
ever.
game he just made.
God, I'm so down.
That Sid wore with pride. Not too long after that, in 1982, Sid would meet a man named Bill Steely. Sid was an introverted, humble programmer, whereas Bill Steely, reserve Air Force pilot, would hand out business cards with the words Fighter Pilot Supreme printed on them.
Bro.
Tasteful fitness on that. Oh my God. They both worked for General Instruments, but Bill wasn't a programmer. He was a businessman, a level 10 charisma kind of guy. The type of guy who joins the reserve.
Dude, I need a business. I need my Slack card back. I need my Slack card. It's at my parents' house. It's sitting there waiting for me. Ah!
3 trays in the quarter.
Despite needing to wear glasses and somehow gets let in anyway.
I got a business card
or something. I have no idea. But basically, Bill was the extroverted opposite of Sid, and the unexpectedly perfect match for making a game development company. He, Sid, and the rest of General Instrument were sent to Las Vegas one year for a conference. Forced to sit through meeting after meeting, Sid was falling asleep. He decided to strike up a conversation with Bill, who was next to him.
Unfortunately, sit back or watch our features to be proud of. Neither sit back or watch our features to be proud of in a game.
That's when Sid mentioned, I'm making a flying simulator game in my spare time. Bill
looking at the series breakdown for the
He
Cavaliers.
immediately suggested that they should start a
straight
company
to it,
together.
Kenny. Is
Sid,
this a
unsure of
must-win game
how
for
serious Bill was
might not
being,
wanna
replied
admit
with, yeah, man. Anyway, let's go find an arcade after this conference is over, okay? So that's what they did.
There was a game called Red Baron, and I challenged Sid to play that game. I sat down and scored 35,000 points.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Sid sat down and scored 65,000 points, and I was pissed.
Let's get back to game action. Here's Brian Anderson with the start of the third
I hate to lose. Sid said I asked him how he beat me. He said he memorized all the algorithms. He watched it once and memorized where they put up the bad guy. He said, Bill, that's not a very good game. I could write a better one in a week. I had to say,
and you know,
if
Jason
you could,
Tatum, he's
I
been
can
really making it happen.
That last line by Bill there would come to summarize most of their working relationship and the early history of their company that they founded together, MicroProse. Together they made MicroProse into a smash success in very little time. This is the period of Sid's career that I like to refer to as 1 billion flying games. Because MicroProse started pumping that shit out. I'm talking Hellcat 8, Chopper Rescue, Spitfire 8, Wingman, Solo Flight, Air Rescue 1, F-15 Strike Eagle, Gunship, F-19 Stealth Fighter, and F-15 Strike Eagle. Dude, this shit was popular and profitable. Sid and Bill were both able to quit their day jobs at General Instruments pretty early on and focus entirely on their new business together. Sid would program, and Bill would handle the marketing, labeling himself as Wild Bill, and making sure to always wear his Air Force uniform during interviews and for any company photos. Bill was very much content to keep this flying game train chugging along, but Sid Well, you can only make so many flying simulators before you start to burn out a little. He started dabbling with some other ideas. Ideas that were initially scoffed at, but would later become some of the most memorable parts of his legacy.
Listen to this.
Legacy.
And the second free throw is good.
Sid Meier is known today primarily for Civilization, but there are some of you who may have heard of him through a couple other big hits. Of course, I'm talking about those of you who have played Sid Meier's CPU box for the 3-0. No, I'm talking about Sid Meier's Pirates and Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon. It all started with Pirates. Sid had been making realistic flight simulators for years at that point, as real as you could get at the time, anyway. These flight sims were selling well, but the creative part of him needed to make something. Anything else. He wanted to make a pirate game. What would he want to play? He knew he didn't want a hyper-realistic pirate boat combat simulator. He wanted an adventure game, a pirate adventure game that put you in all the best moments of a pirate's swashbuckling life. And what he wanted to play was a risky venture, because there weren't many games like it. Most adventure games of the time were of a certain style, one that Sid could not stand. The go-to door! Go-to door!
Continue to dominate.
I don't know how to do that. Leave doors. They were typically text-only, the kind that involved a lot of reading and arguing with the computer. And you'd be all like, get ye flat.
Jason Tatum.
You can't get ye flat. And you just have to sit there and imagine why on earth you can't get ye flat. Because the game's certainly not going to tell you. And there's no precious graphics to help you out either.
Around the Micropro's office, these games were deridingly known as pick-up stick games, and Sid was adamant that he would not be making his pirate adventure game idea into one of those. Sid was that there was only one correct path. You needed to get the flask to proceed, but if you wanted to get the flask, you needed to type in a very specific string of words that the computer would recognize. The bigger problem with this was that to get you would have to go through potentially infinite wrong answers. So, Sid wanted a pirate game where you weren't stuck on one singular narrative path, but you also didn't have infinite wrong. It was my job, I thought, to whittle down the options and present only the best ones to the player. So then, no wrong answers, and more than one right answer, but not too many. I began to jot down ideas. Pirates wooed beautiful young women, well, that would be a choice. Pirates pieced together old treasure maps, well, that would be a choice. Pirates sometimes had sword fights, so that would be a choice. Real pirates didn't do any of these things, of course. Real pirates slaughtered innocent people and got scurvy. Not fun. I think we can agree on the getting scurvy part not being fun anyway, but the key here was that Sid was going to make a game with a heightened, romanticized feel. Everything you've ever heard or seen about pirates in media up to 1987 was here, was doable, and what you've always wanted to play out for yourself. If you had ever read Treasure Island or watched Princess Bride. Now, Bill Steely and the rest of the sales team were incredibly against releasing something like this. It was too different. It was weird. It was unlike had released before, which, of course, is exactly why Sid wanted to make it. Bill would try to talk him out of it, but he realized it was no use. Sid was determined, and fortunately, Bill trusted Sid enough to let him make it anyway. Because Sid Meier's Pirates would go on to become one of Microprose's most popular titles of all time. It was also the first game to use Sid Meier's name as part of the branding. I think a lot of people wonder when they first play one of his games, why put your name on it? I know I thought it was a little odd when I first saw it myself with Civilization 4. To this day, every time that I want to search for Civilization in my Steam library, I forget that the games actually start with S alphabetically, because Sid Meier's is a very real part of the title. So why did Sid Meier's Pirates, Meier Civilization Meier, start putting his name on everything? Is he just that egotistical? No, not at all. Robin Williams told him to do it. It's a weird and interesting story of piracy within this Sid Meier's pirate story, and it goes like this. Sid Meier was no stranger to the odd bit of software piracy. As a programmer, he did his fair share of software swapping on floppy disks and sharing of code, so Sid acknowledges that when it comes to pirating his games, he did not have a, and I quote, peg leg to stand on. I have also taken part in sailing the high seas, but this story takes place in a very different time of software piracy. After all, back then, if you were buying software, you were buying a physical copy of it. You were actually paying to own a real product that you could touch with your hands. We're not talking about the live service Adobe model bullshit that we have today. We're talking about a time period where video games to some degree, but not yet recognized as an actual form of media that was worth supporting. People were just making copies of floppy disks without any thought or regard to the guy who made them, which is a problem if you want that guy to make more stuff. This practice needed to change. If nothing had been done about it back then, in the modern day, we would never have gotten games that required a lot of financial backing, like Faster Than Light, or Hollow Knight, or Shovel Knight. A lot of rhyming words there. I don't know why that's situated. Anyway, these are beloved games that would not have existed without financial support to the developers. So back then, something had to change. Software piracy got so rampant at one point back then that many developers were panicked enough to form a group to try to combat it. This group would be known as the Software Publishers Association, or SPA, something that Bill Steely was eager to join to try to protect microprose. And of all places, this is where the Robin Williams connection comes in. Sid says in his book, Microprose was one of about 150 companies who attended their regular meetings, along with Sierra, Microsoft, Protobun, and Robin Williams. Yes, the comedian Robin Williams was connected to the Software Publishers Association. To my knowledge, he never dabbled in game designing. Strongly that all creative jobs should be fairly compensated, and he had such a particular love for video games that he named his daughter Zelda. According to lore, he and Bill were seated at the same table at an SPA event, and during the course of conversation, Robin pointed out that all the other entertainment industries promoted their stars by name, so why should gaming be any different? Whether this was a passing comment or a hard sell on my name in particular, I have no idea. But Bill already had plenty of experience with fostering a cultic personality. Either way, I can't blame him for wanting to share credit on this one, since Robin Williams told me to do it is a pretty good defense for almost anything. All I know is Bill made the executive decision to call the game Sid Meier's Pirate Whatever, and I was too busy thinking about adventure game mechanics to question it. That's right. You heard me correctly. The guy who's known for putting his name on the titles of all of his games, it wasn't even his decision. He just wanted to make a fun pirate game. He didn't care what it was called. And there it began. Putting his name on the box would become an important part of Sid Meier's legacy from there on. This branding decision happened again later when Sid once again got bored of making flying simulators and went on to one of his childhood inspirations. Train! That's right, he has that kind of awesome, and I left him forward. He made what would become Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon, which, like Pirates, would end up being one of Microprose's most famous titles and part of Sid's legacy as a game developer to this day. But again, before its release, Bill did not particularly want to go through with this weird, risky railroad game. Pirates hadn't really seen its success quite yet, and the flying simulators were so much more profitable in the short term. But he trusted his business partner, so Sid's name was slapped on the box again, which is when Sid began to realize something. His name being put on the box, ironically, was actually an indicator of low confidence from the marketing department. It was their message to him: the game you're making is too risky and unusual, we need your name to sell it or it'll never work. To put this in perspective, here's a quick look at the titles of the Microprose games from that time period. Gunship, Sid Meier's Pirates, Red Storm Rising, F-19 Stealth Fighter, F-15 Strike Eagle 2, Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon, Yeah, the pattern is pretty noticeable. Sid noticed it, and he knew when the marketing department didn't really care for his new weird video game ideas that hadn't been tried yet. But he wasn't discouraged, and he wasn't done yet. He had one more weirdo, unmarketable, non-flying simulator game in him yet that he wanted to try. And this one would change that low-confidence impression of his name on the box very, very drastically.
Aldama's checked in for Boston.
A minute? Let's go!
Nice. Enjoy your cash back.
What is this? $50 for reaching level 10? Is this real? I could have been making hundreds.
It's not too late. Download free cash and claim your reward.
It starts with a song.
Cavaliers trail by 10.
Your music is magnetic. It pulls fans in before they even know why. But it's about more than pressing play.
Outside. Down low. Here's Garland. And a nice finish on the layup.
It's about the world you create. This is where your realest, biggest fans go to.
Lays it in. Coming off that kick.
It hits the moment they see it. Your music alive.
This is a three. And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. Just missed it.
Your story shows fans not just what you sound like, but who you are.
Right side. Boston pulls it in. Tatum's
Build
got
through
rebound
action.
number 9 now.
Take fans.
An effort here tonight. Good job getting the
Sharing,
glass.
playing.
+8 in rebound. Tatum screen on Garland.
Finally seeing you live. Give your fans a feeling they'll never forget. When you look closer, you can see it too. The ones who keep showing up, the ones who stay,
Mobley on a screen.
the ones who make you part of their story.
Boston pulls it in.
On Spotify, your fans go deeper. With Spotify for artists, you can take them further.
And it's Fox missing. Cavaliers trail by 8. And he's going for the lob. And Mobley throws it down.
Did you know that the first Civilization was almost a real-time strategy game? Part of this initial decision was influenced by the fact that Sid Meier was playing a lot of SimCity at the time. SimCity helped establish the idea of a God game to the public, and it inspired Sid's own God game, with help from Sid's newest working partner, Bruce Shelley. Bruce wasn't a programmer, that was Sid's department, but he was a talented game designer. First, Bruce would co-design Railroad Tycoon with Sid. Look, there he is, with the train engineer over. And now he would work with Sid in co-designing the first Civilization game. The first versions of Civilization shown to Bruce to playtest were completely real-time, like SimCity, but on a global scale. And by our modern standards of what a Civ game is, it was completely unrecognizable. You could see the whole map from the very beginning. You didn't settle cities, you instead started with pre-settled locations and you'd make your farm, plot out your areas for production, and then sit back and watch your empire grow with the march of time. Now, I could see this being kind of cool to see and play out once or twice, but according to Sid, it would get boring pretty quickly and have very little replay value. As he says in his book, unfortunately, neither sit back or watch the features to be proud of in a game. That's quotes like that. Unrelated to that quote, did you know that 20 years from now, David Cage would release the game Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit Become Human? Anyway, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Manscaped. Manscaped is a global men's lifestyle brand that is revolutionizing the landscape of men's grooming. Lawnmower, crop soother, silica gel, do not eat, throw away. Anyway, here's my package. Their package. Behold, the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. This deal includes their Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, their Weed Whacker 2.0, which isn't Ultra but still very good, and the Crop Soother Plus Preserver. These are all great products that you could buy individually, but in getting the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra, you also get two gifts. The Shed 2.0, which holds all your stuff, and the Boxers 2.0, which holds your stuff. Get it? You get it? Look, it's like balls. You get it? Go to manscaped.com and you can get the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra today. Use my code BAROC and you'll get 20% off your entire order. Plus free international shipping. Thank you very much to Manscaped for sponsoring. Now, back to the video! Sid was hitting a roadblock. Due to the birth of his child and being consumed with tweaking this Civilization prototype, he hadn't published the game in quite a while. Tweaking the prototype does not earn him money. He was told by Bill that he had to put something, so he brought back a different game he gave up on before called Covert.
How many shots has he missed this quarter?
On it and had it sent out for publishing. He wasn't entirely happy with Covert Action, but it gave him space to think about how he could improve Civilization. That's when he decided, why don't I try out a turn-based system instead? And that's when everything fell into place. Making it turn-based was the secret sauce he needed, and now Sid was cooking. He then realized, wouldn't it be a magical, epic feeling to have the rest of the map be unseen and unexplored? And wouldn't it be more interesting, instead of being simply given a city and zoning it, to start from nothing and to make your own decisions, choose where to settle your first city? Symbolically, it felt like the difference between signing a deed for a distant frontier versus driving a flag into the dirt with your own calloused, sweaty hands. The players should plant their first city right where they stood, I decided, or close enough to it, and it should trigger a suitably commemorative full-screen animation. Rome founded 4000 BC. Never mind the covered wagons and simple yurts. This is Rome, capital city of a mighty civilization, and it will be glorious. To this day, when I play Civilization, I almost always choose the Romans. It was at this point in development that Sid started to decide what civilizations should be in the game, and with what leaders. There's hundreds of countries, past and present, that would warrant being included, and computer limitations at the time would only let him pick 14 of them, so it wasn't easy to choose. He figured he should go with most of the major world powers and then decide from there. Basically, it was decided via Sid Meier's vibe check. Ultimately, Sid was America, Greece, Rome, England, Germany, Mongolia, Babylon, Japan, India, China, the Aztecs, France, Egypt, the Zulu, and Russia. Sid thought to himself that obviously the civilizations should have Alexander the Great, Rome, Caesar, England, Elizabeth I, and Germany.
Pretty much resort to fouling.
Right, look at how the points have been generated
Sid
so
wanted
far.
to include each country's most famous leader, but he also knew that for Germany, this would maybe be a problem. Among other reasons, doing this would make it so that Germany would instantly ban the game. A painful move for Microprose, who already had some of their flight simulators banned in Germany at the time for depicting military operations.
Deine Flugzeuge verboten. Dein Hubschrauber verboten. Keinen Flag. Keine Business. Und wenn du den Mann mit dem Snowboard in den nächsten Spielen baust, wird es...
Boston making a
You
switch
start
here.
using YouTube,
Christie's checked in.
Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, or Snapchat between the ages of 8 and 18.
Snowboard in den nächsten Spielen baust, wird es sofort verboten.
Germany's a pretty big market to lose out on, and Microprose had just recently painfully fought to get those flight simulator titles taken off of the ban list. Was Sid really going to get this one intentionally permabanned from the very beginning? Because of this dilemma, Germany almost didn't get included in Civ 1 at all. Sid
Brown scanning the floor.
Germany throughout the game's entire development. They were in, and then they were out, and then they were in, and then they were out, until he finally made the decision, screw it, I'm putting Germany in with Frederick the Great. He's not as well known, he gets overshadowed by the failed painter in the mind of the average normie, but at least he's still a very prominent German leader, and then they get to be in the game. This was such a last-minute decision that the first run of manuals that came with Civ 1 still referred to Germany's former placeholder, the Turks. I played Civ 1 recently with this knowledge in mind, and was kind of surprised to learn that despite all this stuff with Germany, Russia is led by Stalin, and China is led by Mao. There's a poignant quote about this in the book where Sid says, it's worth noting that Chairman Mao and Stalin both went into the game without any doubt on my part or comments from others. The rules about what was acceptable didn't always make a lot of sense. Fair enough, sir. And so really, that's pretty much civilization as a series. It doesn't make a lot of sense for the leaders to survive as long as they do. But in Civ, that's what you are. An eternal emperor of legend. A god, even. Abraham Lincoln, God Emperor of mankind. I've seen good critiques about civilization and its historical representation, its inaccuracies, but Civilization is not a game about historical pinpoint accuracy. There are other games that strive to succeed well enough. The core principle of Civilization was always, from the very first game, you were rewriting history, not reliving. A big foundation of Civilization is personal success, something Sid learned from his experience with Sid Meier's Pirates. In Pirates, you had multiple correct answers to victory, multiple interesting decisions you could make. The same is in Civ, which allows you to decide what kind of leader you want to be. When given the reins of power, do you choose to focus on your military and drink out of your opponent's skulls? Or do you want to focus on science and get your genetically engineered cat girls on Mars by the end of the game? Even within these two paths to victory, there are many interesting decisions to be made about your empire's happiness, production, economy, food, and more. Sid Meier would come to be known for a phrase including the words interesting decisions. His feeling is that the best games are a series of interesting decisions. And so far, Civ's prototype is living up to that idea. But his company life was about to shift pretty drastically, at least legally, and in terms of liability. As the co-founders of Microprose, Sid and Bill often made the most important decisions together. Well, during the time Civilization was in development, Bill told Sid that Microprose needs to start heading in a new direction. That new direction? Arcade cabinets. Sid was a bit baffled by this, accurately recognizing in hindsight that arcades were on the decline. He wanted to continue making software, not hardware and software, whereas Bill and the marketing team saw Sid's recent non-flight sim games as anomalies, even if they saw some success. They were indulgences that they let him get away with, which, in retrospect, is pretty insane, considering these indulgent games are vastly more memorable than whatever plain nonsense they had him working on before that. Unfortunately, they couldn't come to a compromise on which direction the company should go. Bill was determined on this arcade idea, and Sid, doubtful about the positive impact it would have on the company, decided to sell his half of Microprose to Bill, making him
sole production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
From outside, off the mark.
He didn't make them pay for that big
making
defense,
him
they just kept allowing him to
work together. They weren't bitterly breaking up, so they arranged to have Sid continue working at Microprose, but as an independent contractor. His title had changed, but he was still around and making games. But now, he was free to work on whatever he wanted, like his indulgent little goddamn Empire simulator, which was nearing completion.
There is no shame in deterrence. Having weapons is very different from actually using it.
I'd like to take a break from Civilization.
Nuclear Gandhi!
Civilization was specifically a certain acidic creature of peace in the Civ games who's known for being unusually hungry for war. His name is Mahatma. Only nuclear fire will quench my desire. Gandhi. It's a meme. It's a big meme. Probably the best known Civilization meme, and known even by people who haven't played the game. It's easy to understand why. It is inherently hilarious to have the peace advocate Gandhi jump telling you that my words are backed with nuclear weapons, so watch your fucking step. And what's even funnier,
once again, off the mark by Cleveland.
Well, it is.
No, it is.
Kind of, but only because we leaned it into existence. The common explanation of the game goes like this. In Civilization 1, all leaders were given a score in their code from 1 to 12 that would determine their aggressiveness. If Genghis Khan was a 12, naturally Gandhi was a 1. When democracy was adopted as a government, it would subtract 2 points of aggressiveness from this score.
But in the world of programmed integers, -1 doesn't exist. And this causes aggression level to underflow from 1 backwards to 255.
out of a possible
Cue the Indian nuke dropping on Raw. That story has been commonly understood and repeated by Civ players, myself included, for the last, 10 years. But,
Nuclear Gandhi.
He's been a steady presence for them.
True.
Nice to have that
Sid
kind of
notes in his
safety
book
net
that
at
he
the
finds the
offensive
entire
end.
thing hilarious, but he also
Offensively,
wants
it's
to
been
put
a
the
struggle
facts
for
on
him.
the table.
Yeah, they
That
need
kind
to
of
string
bug
together
comes from
some
something
shots
called
to have any
unsigned
kind of chance.
characters, which are not the
Kenny
default in
Atkinson
the
has
programming
called a
language,
timeout.
and
He
not
was
something I
quite
use for
emphatic,
leader training.
demanding
Brian
the
Reynolds
timeout,
wrote Civ 2
clearly
and
wanting
C++,
to address
and
strategy
he
with his
didn't use
team.
them either. We received no complaints about a Gandhi bug when either game came out, nor did we send out any revisions for it. Gandhi's military aggressiveness score remained at 1 throughout the game. Well, what the hell then? What's the deal? Why does everybody remember Gandhi being so bloodthirsty if he wasn't actually that way from the beginning like the story goes? First of all, Sid says that it's true that Gandhi would eventually use nukes if India was at war, but every civilization was coded to use nukes at some point. Every leader had a point that they would draw a line in the sand, no matter who they were, and Gandhi would actually take more shit than just about anybody else before drawing that line. So part of the meme's existence might just be that the idea of Gandhi using nukes at all is so memorable that it sticks in your brain.
Right.
Part of it is the victory conditions of the game. There were only 2 ways to win in Civ 1. Kill everybody else, or win a science victory. And since Gandhi had low aggression, he would focus heavily on science so that he could get that science victory. Thus, he would often gain the technology to create nukes much earlier than the player, leading him to threatening to nuke the player while the player is still training knights on horseback. You may ask then, why would Gandhi threaten to use nukes at all? Well, the idea was that any Civ who didn't want to go to war, like Gandhi, who was coded to be very unaggressive, would make sure to remind the player, hey, remember that thing called mutually assured destruction? Well, I have nukes, so don't fuck with me. The idea was deterrent, even if it comes off a bit,
As always, Allie, we thank you. Around 3 minutes gone here in the 4th.
Fair to say that Gandhi could, on occasion, seem a little unnecessarily zealous, if only verbally. Some people point to Civilization 5 as evidence of the meme's reality, but they actually have it backwards. Gandhi was given his nuclear bloodthirst Easter egg in Civ 5 as a reference to the already present hilarity of Gandhi using nukes at all in the Civ community. It had nothing to do with the negative overlapping the 255 thing, and the designer of Civ 5, John Schaefer, had never heard of this when he put his nuclear Gandhi in Civ 5 as a Easter egg. So then the question remains, where did the whole coding overflow story come from? Here's the short version. Guy named Tuna Fish on TV tropes makes it the fuck up. Okay, now I'm going to give you the bigger, longer, uncut version. In 2012, a guy named Tuna Fish hosts tvtropes.org. This was 2 years after Civilization 5, which had the actual first official appearance of nuclear Gandhi, by the way. But for whatever reason, Tuna Fish made a claim on TV tropes that the nuclear Gandhi thing went far back as Civilization 1 to a coding error. God only knows why he said it. He could have just been trolling. It may have been revealed to him in a dream. He could have been shooting up heroin. Nobody knows. It didn't happen. It was plausible, funny, and on the internet now. And nobody would lie on the internet, so it ran on its own from there. An anonymous user added the story to the Civilization fandom page, called Wikia at the time, which, to most of the internet, was enough to make it truly official. For a year and a half, the story would spread as a fun little bit of trivia, just here and there around the internet. The real wildfire started in 2014, when the comic Real Life Gandhi versus Civilization Gandhi was reposted on Reddit. It wasn't even the first time it was shared. It was several years old as a comic, and it wasn't even about the overflow story. But just like Civ 5's inclusion of nuclear Gandhi, the comic was poking fun about Gandhi using nukes at all. Here are some comments from people at the time, confidently declaring this completely wrong information to be well-known trivia. And by the way, I'm not calling these people stupid. The average person does not want to look up and fact-check every single thing they find.
Nuclear Gandhi is not a lie.
Just as these
conspiracy Mandela effect, brother.
And fact-checking these sorts of things, you think would be journalists. Fortunately, when the news of this comic's popularity got to the games journalists, our bulwarks of truth and evidence, they dug down deep into this story and found out that the paper trail led to a dead end. They realized it may be unfounded, they went and asked Sid Meier, and then they rushed to let the public know the facts. I'm just kidding. They fell for it too, and they started citing each other as official sources. Kotaku writes a story citing the Reddit comic and the comments. .com does the same. Now it's officially true because they made articles about it. The other gaming websites and blogs published their versions of the story while citing Kotaku as their source. Isn't journalism fun? Did you know that people go to school for this? Okay, let me be a little nicer and say probably part of the reason that it propagated as far as it did for as long as it did is just because it was so fun. We wanted to believe it, myself included. Some part of me still does believe it, even if the guys who made the games tell me it isn't so. But I appreciate Sid's demeanor about the story in the book. He has no intention of debunking the story just to ruin everyone's fun. Sid just puts the facts on the table, and he's more than happy to have Nuclear Gandhi live on in the latest Sid iterations throughout whatever Easter eggs they choose. Gandhi finally is, and always has been, inherently fun, no matter how rarely it actually is. I'm glad to see players engage with the game and each other in whatever way makes them happy. So, Nuclear Gandhi will live.
Nuclear Gandhi!
Story is untrue, and that the Civ 5 Nuclear Gandhi is not a reference to it. The Civilization 6 one may have been. After all, Civilization 6 came out at a time when basically... Therefore, despite not being real, Nuclear Gandhi also is real. Willed into existence to be a meme master. I imagine his future appearances in Civ games will also reference this story, and in a roundabout way, I think that's kind of cool. It's not real, but it is real, and either way, it's fun. Why not? Now we can add Nuclear Gandhi to the list of meme magic concepts. North Dakota.
Oh no!
Anyway, back to our main story. Civilization 1 is almost finished. Huge strides have been made, and Sid was ready to let some other people, other than his co-designer, Bruce Shelley, try out the game. But he was only willing to let a different Bruce play it. His younger brother, Bruce Meier. This was the day that Sid discovered that his little god game had an interesting effect on people. Sid was visiting family one day and was open to letting his younger brother, Bruce, playtest the latest version of Civilization. So he gave the game to his little brother and said, "Alright buddy, I gotta go watch my newborn son. I'll come check on you in a little bit, okay? See you soon." Bruce took the game, they headed their separate ways. Sid gets distracted, and before he knows it, the next time he looks at the clock, 6 hours have passed. He runs back to the computer room to check on Bruce. He opens the door and sees Bruce completely enthralled and completely unaware of how much time had passed. The effect had just become reality, and the game wasn't even finished yet. For those of you who don't know, the one more turn effect is what makes people equate the games to crash. Just one more turn, then I'll quit and go to bed. I just need to finish building this catapult. Okay, now this guy is trying to attack me, so just one more turn so I can defend myself properly. Okay, I've got him on the retreat. Just one more turn so I can use my catapult on this guy's city. Ooh, I got the tech to upgrade. Just give me one more turn and then I can upgrade to a trebuchet. On and on and on until it's 5 in the morning, the sun is coming up, and you're going, oh no. Sid attributes this effect to simple plus simple equals complex. Drawing comparisons to chess. Understanding each chess piece is simple, but it's the plans within plans that make things really compelling. Those are the decisions, the thinking ahead that can get you to stay up for hours and hours and hours. For example, understanding that making a farm for your city leads to more food is easy to understand. But it's when you start to plan out 12 different cities, each with different military units, and you want to go conquer the other guy, but to do that, you're going to have to make these amount of units with this amount of food and show this much production, but also don't forget the happiness of your empire. That's when it gets interesting. So much so that it gets real easy to lose track of time. But anyway, now that two different Bruces had given the game their seal of Bruce approval, it was time to open up playtesting to non-Bruces. Sid allowed for his peers at Microprose to try the game out. And it was an instant office hit. People were constantly coming up to Sid and telling him, dude, you gotta have this, you gotta have that. Some things that we think of Civilization's staples were actually suggestions from his coworkers at the time, such as, what if you could build the 7 world wonders? Or what if there were more than 7? He would go through many iterations of the game at this point. Through this process, though, a lot of things were also removed. The game at one point had a mechanic relating to the rise and fall of nature. The tech tree was going through constant changes. At one point, there was even a secondary tech tree for minor discoveries like beer brewing. There were landmine weapons at one point that he just couldn't get to work because they would just completely break the AI. At one point, there were religious leaders, and then there weren't. And then, of course, Germany, then no Germany, then fine, put Germany in there with French. We're down to the wire, and it's time to publish the game. The folks in marketing were antsy to get this thing over with. This is a strategy game. It's only going to appeal to hardcore nerds. It's not going to turn a profit anyway. So their feeling was something like, let's give it the big push it needs to get anyone to even give it a chance and get this over with. No matter what, though, Sid was happy. He got to make the game he would want to play. He loved it, his family and friends loved it, so that was enough for him. If the game had been a massive flop with everyone else, I wouldn't have been shocked in the slightest.